Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Alright, Good morning and welcome to New Road, where the sun isn't quite shining through, but we're still set for a fascinating day of first-class cricket, with Worcestershire chasing 357 for victory against Durham, resuming on 85 for 2. Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes at the crease. But how did we get here? Here's the highlights from day 3.
Dixon smashes 69 ball ton as Durham press for victory. Day 3 began at New Road, Worcester, with the home side in all sorts of trouble after Ben Stokes' epic century the day before. The Pears 169 for 6 and still over 400 runs behind Durham, who'd be looking to wrap up the final wickets as quickly as possible. However, it would be Worcestershire who started the day briskly, with Joe Leach and Ben Cox adding 40 runs as they traded boundaries. But it would be Matty Potts who would strike once more and end Worcestershire's fun, as he took his 6th wicket of the innings as Cox went for 1 drive too many. This, the 3rd 6-wicket haul of the season for Potts. But Worcestershire's fight back would then continue, as 18-year-old Josh Baker joined Joe Leach at the crease and they added 50 for the 8th wicket. And, in the process, Leach would reach his 2nd half-century of the season and the 21st of his career, this one taking 92 balls. However, the partnership would come to an end shortly after, as Baker was well caught by David Beddingham at slip off the bowling of Matt Salisbury. Lunch would then arrive with the score at 280 for 8, Leach unbeaten on 62, with Worcestershire still 300 runs behind. Potts, the pick of the bowlers once more, his figures of 6 for 51 without doubt the standout performance. Leach's fine innings would come to an end shortly after the break, as he edged to 2nd slip off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. The final pair of Adam Finch and Ben Gibbon added a further 29 runs for the last wicket, before Gibbon was clean bowled by Rushworth to bring the innings to a close on 309. The standout batters for Worcestershire had been Ed Barnard and Joe Leach, who both registered half-centuries, whilst it was Matty Potts with the 6 for 62 who was the star for Durham. Durham had a lead of 271, however they decided against enforcing the follow-on as England's Alex Lees and first innings centurion Sean Dixon returned to the middle. And they opted for 2020 mode as the two hit boundary after boundary to bring up a 50 partnership in just the 7th over. Dixon backed up his first innings ton with a half-century here off just 37 deliveries, a 50 that included 3 sixes. and the pair would take their side through to tea with the score on 102 for no loss after just 14 overs. Lees on 37 off 35, Dixon 64 off 49, and the lead 373. Lees and Dixon continued their onslaught after tea, with Dixon hitting Barnard for consecutive sixes, bringing up a remarkable century off just 69 deliveries, his second ton of the match that included 5 fours and 8 maximums. Amongst the carnage, Lees also reached a more sedate half-century, his landmark arriving off 50 deliveries. But the fun would finally come to an end with the score on 170, Dixon top-edging Finch high into the Worcestershire sky before being caught by wicketkeeper Cox. That wicket brought about Durham's declaration as they set Worcestershire 442 to win. Durham had scored 170 in just 21 overs. Worcestershire would therefore have to bat the best part of 4 sessions to save the match, and their attempt to do so got off to the perfect start as Pollock drove the first ball of the innings for 4. But veteran Chris Rushworth would strike twice in consecutive overs to remove both openers. First, Pollock was clean bowled before one kept low to Jake Libby, who was trapped LBW. Worcestershire 35 for 2. Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes then added 50 together as they survived some hostile bowling from Stokes before Haynes struck 3 boundaries in one Matty Potts over. Azhar Ali has had a tough season for Worcestershire so far, but was looking in better touch as he moved his score past 20 and guided his team to the close without any further loss, as the Pears finished day 3 on 85 for 2. The equation is therefore simple going into the final day, as Worcestershire will have to bat out the entirety of day 4 to save the match with 8 wickets in hand. Durham safe in the knowledge that they are still over 350 runs ahead.
there we are. There we are.
My fault.
Unbelievable, Dan.
Always plug it in.
What's this thing then, eh? What's that?
That's the effects mic.
All right. That's rather antiquated looking wire, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's been here as long as I have.
That looks like
Big
it's from a
company.
listening post in World War One.
Have you seen the stuff down there?
Where?
It's the original.
This looks like an old British
broadcaster.
Telecom.
Yeah.
You call them the exchange?
Yeah.
Anyway, I was being asked if we had plugged in the line, and I thought we had.
Yeah, I thought we had.
Yeah. Waiting for the next delivery here as Rushworth comes into bowl, and that's played into the covers. No run there. I would imagine the first email I've got here is probably saying can't hear anything. MRW Mark says another draw from not enforcing the follow on. So he's already decided it's a draw. Paul Wilson has emailed. Hi Marty and the gang. There's just two of us today, so can we be a gang if there's just two of us?
Yes.
Marty and the g. We've lost the ang bit. 95 for 2, Rushworth in, bowls. Defended once more by Haynes.
A duo?
The duo.
Pair?
The dastardly duo.
I think you're right. A gang needs to be 3, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh, does it not need to be
What were
four?
Brooks
you're
and the
a- you're a-
Sundance Kid? What were they? They weren't a gang,
They
were
were
they?
good guys. Yeah. See, 3 would be a trio, wouldn't it?
Maybe a gang has to be 4 then.
Yeah.
Or maybe it has to be an odd number, so 5.
Rushworth in. On balls. Defended by Haynes. Paul says, greetings from a sun-kissed and fairly warm Costa del Hartlepool. An interesting day's play today. Should be with you until the end. I have no band to watch later today. I think 2 results are possible, a Durham victory or a competitive draw. Hope I'm wrong on the second, he says. And if I don't get a chance later, many thanks for the excellent commentary. And the stories and the safe journey back up to the north. Thank you, Paul. In comes Rushworth and bowls. Ball out towards the covers, no run there, end of the over. Now, Paul was going to see a band yesterday, wasn't he? What were they called again?
Paul sees bands every day.
He does, well, every weekend. He's seen some good ones recently, by the sounds of things.
End of the over, 95 for 2. Azar 29, Haynes 30, 347 is the target. 8 wickets still needed for Durham.
Do you think the Merc's lifting a little bit?
I think it is, yeah. I think it's brave call by the umpires to get him out there, and I think it's paying off. It's definitely brighter. The scoreboard's been pushed back, hasn't it? It's not quite so. Oh, hang on, maybe it is a little bit brighter. I don't know. Potts in, bowls, runs here for Azar, push it out to mid-on. The throw comes in, and if that had hit, that might have been interesting. They went as soon as they could, but that was tight. Throw coming in from Matt Salisbury at mid-on. Missed anyway, but would have been close, I reckon. As they're into the 30s now, matching Jack Haynes, 30 apiece, 96 for 2. Haynes re-scratches his guard here. First time he's faced Potts this morning. There's a quick look round at the field. He's got a short mid-wicket. He's forward to his first delivery. Pushed back to Potts, who fields on his follow through. 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. By the time the ball is released, the mid-wicket is Liam Travaskis is quite close in there, and then a long leg as well. Potts turns, sprints away from us now, and bowls, and on the back foot is Haynes. I saw that shot quite a bit yesterday. The top of the bounce, and just a punch off the back foot through the covers, and away it goes. Lovely stroke, a shake of the gloves with Azar Ali, a mid-pitch, 100 for Worcestershire. The 100 is up for 2 wickets lost. Haynes 34 now. Azhar has 30. That was a lovely stroke.
25.3 overs. Just another 342 to go.
But he's got starts this season, Jack Haynes, without hitting the heights that we know he's capable of. Got 2 starts up at Trent Bridge in the last game, 37 and 49. And he's going well here. Won't get a run, pushing it out to point as he comes forward defensively.
Some breaking cricket news. My wife just rang to say my daughter was scoring a few runs this morning. I said, all right, try and film some of it. And then when she filmed the next ball, she was out. Unlucky.
Well, she has filmed some of it, just a short bit.
No, she pointed the camera ready to film and she was out.
No, she didn't bother.
No footage, I'm afraid.
How many did she get?
I don't know.
Oh.
She hit a few fours apparently.
Well, nice. Potts in, and that's in the air a bit, almost to Travaskis, who dives, can't stop it, goes past him. He gives chase now out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back for 2. But that's what Haynes has got to be careful of, because he's not an orthodox short mid-wicket there, Travaskis, but by the time Potts releases the ball, he is in quite close, and that was almost manufactured into a chance. It went to try and get to the ball, but it bounced just in front of him, and then he had that chase to the rope. 102 for 4, Haynes up to 36.
Darwin Milan out, second ball of the day in Chelmsford today for Yorkshire for 87.
Potts' final ball of his over. And Haynes defends back up the pitch. And Potts fields on his follow through. 102 for 2. Potts 9 overs, none for 52 now. Bowled brilliantly in the first innings to pick up his 6-fer. How he'd love to get 4 of these 8 wickets today. More than 4, but 4 would be nice for him to do the 10 in the match. 36 to Haynes, 30 to Azhar. 102 for 2. And so still 340. Looking at the wrong
it's on the
column
bottom corner there.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
What
I should do, shouldn't I? Looking at this.
Yeah.
340 to win.
Rushworth ball in hand, waiting to come in. Batsman's just stretching in the crease, as Ali. From the Diglas end, Rushworth right arm over, comes in and bowls. Ball defended. Played out in the offside, no run. The Yorkies, by the way, 428 for 6, leading by 25 at Chelmsford. Paul's been back on, he says hello to the 2 old duffers. The band last night was called Lock and Load, an excellent rock band, he says. Edged down towards vacant third man, being chased by Scott Borthwick. The ball rolls towards the rope. Borthwick grabs it just as he slides off the pitch. He keeps it in. 3 runs.
Yeah, well controlled by Azhar, because it spat up a bit outside the off stump from Rushworth. Ball was going down as soon as it left the outside edge of his bat. He kind of steered it in the gap. There's plenty of space between second slip and gully. And Gully's moved a bit closer now. He's almost a proper third slip here for Haynes. On 36. 105 for 2. Slight delay here. Stokes is working on the ball. Now he's lobbed it to Rushworth, so we're ready to go.
Rushworth in to bowl to Haynes, who's on 36, and it's played back to him.
We know from yesterday, throughout the whole match really, the pitch has stayed pretty good. There is a bit of up and down bounce. generally speaking. That was the feeling of Joe Leach yesterday when we spoke to him.
Rush within again, and Haynes blocks, and this is going to be hard work from a Durham point of view.
Yeah, especially once the hardness and the shine leave the new ball, which is going to be pretty soon, to the 27th over of it now. Yeah, Joe Leach was saying it should be an exciting day. They know that it's going to be very difficult to get these runs and to bat all day against this Durham attack. But they've got it in them to try and get very close.
Rushworth again, Haynes defends, ball runs out to the offside, no run there.
Stranger things have happened as well, haven't they?
They should make a programme called Stranger Things, shouldn't
they should do. I tell you what's a good title for a series: Tales of the Unexpected.
That was good, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Did Roald Dahl write most
of
those?
Yeah, he did.
Rush within. Oh, that spits up and it's fended away one-handed by Haynes, who quickly removes his bottom hand from the bat and gives it a shake as he fends the ball down into the ground, into the over.
.105.42. As a 33, Haynes 36. Potts is going to continue. As it does a bit of work on the pitch, now he's ready. 33, looking towards his first half century for Worcestershire. He's left his first delivery from the new Potts over outside the off stump through to Ned Eckersley. Smaller crowd today. Not many in on that cathedral side of the ground. It was fairly decently populated, those the green plastic seats and the white ones in front of the hotel. But you can almost count them today, the spectators. Stifled appeal, but plenty of bat in that from Azza as it trickles out to Travaskis at shortish mid-wicket. But with the prospect of a lovely day, and maybe if Worcestershire can take this game deep into this final day, then no doubt a few more will come in, particularly if they get close to this target that they need. Well, they won't be thinking about that at this moment. Potts bowls, strikes Azza. It's a big appeal, but he's a long way down, and looks like he's outside off stump as well. They were keen, Durham, but then they quickly kind of lost momentum. Umpire Baldwin unmoved.
You could have, if you had a pub chain, you could start with the vacant third man, and then your next pub could be called the unmoved umpire.
Yeah. You're good at these names.
I reckon.
Yeah. Potts past the umpire, bowls on the drive is Azza, nicely timed, but a good scrambling stop by Matt Salisbury at mid-on. He gets a round of applause from all his teammates, and rightly so, because that was travelling. And the tall fast bowler got down well, saved at least 3 then, possibly 4.
Mervin's been on. Good morning, Martin and your colleagues. I'm complaining about not bowling at the stumps. The other week I was on about the same thing as well.
Potts bowls shorter outside the off stump and ridden down to point by Azza, and there's no run.
And he says the other week a spectator asked me, do you never support your team? My instant rejoinder was to apologise and say I've only been a member 50 years. He says, I've always thought that making the batsman play is the best way to get him out. I've only watched Durham since 1968, so what do I know?
Potts, final ball of his over. Bowls to Azza outside the off stump. He doesn't make him play. Through to Eckersley, end of that over. He's got 10 overs, none for 52 now in this second innings, Matty Potts. 105 for 2. Azza has 33. Jack Haynes 36. Worcestershire still need 337, and Durham still need 8 wickets.
He adds, regularly bowling balls which don't need to be played wastes energy, which may be needed on a long day like this. Thanks, Mervyn. He says. Cookie says, is this the same wicket Brian Lara scored his 400 on in Antigua? That one was harder than the M1, he says. I was at that game. Cookie was sitting on the other side of the stadium to us, and we spotted his flag on the fence. Rushworth comes in then from the Diglas end, bowling to Haynes, who has 36. That is defended. Ball back to the bowler.
You saw the whole game, did you?
Yeah.
You saw his 400?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What happened was, because England won at Sabina Park, didn't they? That was when Harmy took 7 for 12, and then they beat the West Indies in Barbados. It was the first time they'd won a Test series there since 1968 or something.
Yeah.
And remains the only series they've won there since 1968 or something. And then when it got to Antigua, it was all about the West Indians trying to save face, and the locals were angry they'd lost, and played down into the ground this time by Haynes. Comes to rest right in front of the crease. And there was all this talk in the papers. It was about Brian Lara trying to break his own record on that ground. And apparently the week before the Test match, which was in St John's at the old Test ground, the groundsman, who was a former player, was helped by some prisoners. There was a prison next door, and they helped him on the ground. And they got the fire brigade in and flooded the outfield and deadened the ground. And according to Steve Harmison, he says Lara took the cover off the ball when he was on none and was given not out. This is played by Haynes up towards short mid-wicket. And I think the innings went over about 3 days, because on one of the days the weather was really bad and it rained and there was hardly any play. And then the moment he got his 400 and he got down on his hands and knees and kissed the turf, I remember taking a photograph of that. Within seconds, all of these people arrived in the stadium carrying T-shirts that had clearly been printed beforehand.
Yeah.
And they were selling them off the backs of pickup trucks and whatnot in the car park. Rushworth to Haynes. It's gone down the leg side. It's away for 4. Now then, was that its leg buys eventually is signalled?
I mean, that second, the 400 he got, I mean, even more, I mean, for me, that's probably the most remarkable thing, isn't it? The most remarkable record. Because Hayden took it off him, didn't he? He got 380 against Zimbabwe, wasn't it? So he'd lost his original record, and then to do it twice.
Was the original 375 or something?
365 was
365.
was Sobers, wasn't
Right.
it? And then he took it to 375.
Right.
And then Hayden
In
took
Antigua,
it,
wasn't
yeah,
it? Wasn't that against England?
Yeah,
as well?
it was on
Yeah.
the previous tour.
Yeah.
And then Hayden took it off him and got 380. I think it was at Perth. And then he took it back. I mean, incredible. And then he got the 500 for Warwickshire.
No, that was in 1994.
Yeah.
Against Durham.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
109 for 2. Rushworth in. Haynes defends. The ball runs out into the offside. The story about the 501, the Warwickshire skipper at the time, who played for England, whose name always goes out of my head, he'd asked Durham if Durham were batting and the game wasn't really going anywhere. I wasn't at the game, but the story is that Durham were batting and were they going to declare or whatever, as Rushworth comes in. This is defended, and I think the pitch was lifeless, and Durham had 2 or 3 bowlers injured, and so they said they couldn't really declare because they wouldn't have anybody to bowl. So Warwickshire then said, right, well, we'll teach you lot a lesson. And Chris Scott, the keeper, dropped Lara quite early in the innings and famously said he'll go on and get 100 now. But those who were there say it was really dull and extremely one-sided, and then eventually people started looking through the record books, and when word went round that something might happen, camera crews turned up and more reporters came and members of the public turned up. It was a bit like all those people who were suddenly Headingley for Botham's Ashes in 1981.
Potts to carry on from the new red end bowls. That's cut away for 4. Pass backward point by Azza. Lovely shot. And Worcestershire go up to 109 for 2. That's more like it from a home perspective. 37 now, 113 for 2. 37 for Azza Ali. It was short and wide and got the treatment. And everybody's up. There's nobody out there, obviously, with Durham in such a strong position. And that was help yourself, really. I mean, 500 in a day. I mean, that's just mad, isn't it? Not in a day.
It wasn't in a day, was it? It was over
in
2
innings.
yeah,
in an innings.
Wasn't he on something like 182 overnight or something like that?
Yeah. I can't remember the breakdown, but he must have got at least 100 between sessions, wide outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Well, he came up in the list of figures the other day from Andrew Sampson, the cricket scorer, about how many runs had been scored in a morning session when Stokes got all those runs the other day, and Lara was on that list from that innings.
Yeah. Here comes Potts past the umpire, bowls, and that cuts back at Azza a little bit, drops down towards his stumps, and he's a bit alarmed initially as to exactly where that's going to roll. But fortunately for him and for Worcestershire, it was in the end quite a way away from his stumps.
Paul Bennett's been on. He says, "Good morning, Marty and colleagues. Late start to today, so I'm listening 20 minutes behind until lunch. Looking forward to a Durham win, but preferably after a good rearguard fight." So you'll hear that in 20 minutes' time.
Potts bowls wide of the off stump. No shot from Azza.
There's a little weather gauge on my computer.
What's it saying now?
It says humid.
Poking its tongue out.
Look, it says humid. See it? There's a drop of water there.
Yeah, it does. It's not though, is it?
Oh, it's quite chilly, isn't it?
Unless your laptop's sitting on something humid, is it? I don't know.
Maybe.
113 for 2, Worcestershire. Here comes Potts, and forward is Azhar Ali out to cover. Alex Lee sweeps and fields. There's no run.
I was talking to one of the Durham members last night who'd been sitting next to the hotel in the sunshine yesterday and eventually retreated indoors because he'd got too much of the sun.
I was going to say, was he red? Quite red?
But today everybody's in coats and
we're in
thick
coats
jumpers
today.
and it's cold in here, isn't it?
Yeah. Extra layer needed, definitely. Last ball the over. Potts bowls, and Azhar has nothing to do with it outside the off stump. Another over passes. 11 overs, none for 56 in this second innings for Matty Potts. 113 for 2, Worcestershire. Update for FM listeners on the way. So far so good for Worcestershire. 113 for 2. They haven't lost any wickets so far in the opening half an hour of play. Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have carried on without any alarm really. Azhar's up to 37 now, his highest score for Worcestershire, and Jack Haynes is 36. 113 for 2 is the score. They're still a long way behind their victory target. Another 329 needed. Durham need 8 wickets. Perhaps more realistically for Worcestershire, they've got to see off the remaining 88 overs scheduled today as Haynes punches another 4 off the back foot of Chris Rushworth's new over. He goes up to 40. It's 117 for 2.
Bowlers don't seem to be putting any pressure on the batsmen here at the moment.
No, it's been quite easy this morning. And that wasn't a great delivery from Rushworth. Bit short, bit wide. And we've seen that shot already this morning from Haynes, top of the bounce. Doesn't try and hit it too hard and just ease it off the back foot through the covers.
Bit of this, bit of that.
Yeah, looks good touch, 40 from 68. Just what Worcestershire need. Partnerships today, like they did yesterday late on. We're through Joe Leach, Josh Baker, Adam Finch and Ben Gibbon did a great job. Rushworth bowls, won't get a run here. Up to mid-on, Lease Fields.
Haynes hasn't had a half century this year. He got a 49. What was he in the first innings? 6? Did he get
34, I think. No, 37. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you meant first innings of that game.
No.
He got 49 in. No, 6 in the first innings. Yeah.
There were 2 ducks and a 6, weren't there?
Yeah.
Rushworth. Third ball of this 31st over from the Diglas end, left by Haynes. You said yesterday that it would be highly unlikely that the batsman who failed at the top of the innings in the first innings would do so again.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, they haven't yet. Has got 37.
Yeah, well,
Haynes
so I
got
was about
40.
to say you were right.
Oh, a compliment from Emerson finally.
Yeah, well.
So you've taken 3 and a bit days.
Well, I've been looking for stuff, but there's just you've not given me anything to work on.
There you go. Better late than never.
Yeah. 117 for 2. Rushworth in. That's played towards mid-wicket. No run there. Salisbury collects. I think it's free to get in today. There's a few here, but certainly not as many as yesterday.
No.
Rushworth bowls. Haynes drives up towards short mid-wicket, no run.
Well, surely a few more will come in if this game starts to get interesting.
Be like Headingley in 1981, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, as over the double
They'll be
100.
streaming through the gates. At 4:15.
They'll be hanging on our every word.
Haynes waits as Rushworth comes in. He's on 40. And that's 44 now. Straight down to vacant fine leg for 4. Drifting down the leg side, Rushworth there. End of the over. Where are 8 wickets going to come from today?
Yeah. Good question on the opening salvos of this game. 35 minutes on this final morning. Potts' 4 overs have cost 17. And Rushworth's 5 overs have cost 15. Not horrendous figures, but it's more to do with the threat they've carried, which has been minimal really from Durham's point of view. Not surprised there's a change in attack here.
Matt Salisbury's going to come in from the New Road end. Former Essex and Hampshire player. Elizabeth's emailed. She says, "Good morning both. Miss Emerson is obviously destined for a great career because she's already fallen foul of the commentator's curse." She said, "And I agree with the previous comments. Bowling wicket to wicket is the way to go. He is hoping," says Elizabeth in Hamilton. That's the Hamilton near Glasgow, by the way, not the one in New Zealand.
It's funny that I was thinking it might have been the one in New Zealand. Matt Salisbury, here he comes then. 3 overs, 1 made, none for 4 so far. 121 for 2. Right arm over the wicket, in he comes, and Azar strokes him calmly out to Alex Lease at cover, and there's no run.
Well, apparently a gang of 2 is okay, says Paul.
See, I don't think it is.
Yeah, he says a gang, same as ganning, simply means people going together with common purpose without specifying numbers.
Oh.
A gang of 2 is okay.
No.
Doesn't sound right, does it?
Doesn't, no. Salisbury bowls. Bit of pad, bit of bat in that, I reckon, but it didn't loop up. Dixon is fielding. Keegan Peterson, beg his pardon, is fielding at shortish mid-wicket. He's certainly not close enough to warrant a helmet, but that was nowhere near him. It went sort of directly towards Dixon at square leg. Not in the air though, wasn't one of those loopy ones. Well, that's kind of the area they got Azar out in the first innings, as he turns his next delivery all along the ground to Keegan Peterson at mid-wicket, no run.
Captain Cook says, morning all, it's a big day for Trefaskis in my opinion. Can he win the game for Durham with the ball? Captain Cook expecting a bit of spin.
Salisbury racing up to the umpire and bowls as a forward. Again, that sort of nibble a bit of pad and bat as well as he came forward. A polite inquiry, nothing more than that from the Durham wicket-keeper and slip cordon.
The Met Office is saying their pollen levels are high across much of the UK today, and UV levels will be high in some places as well. Not here.
What do you like with pollen?
Bad. I've taken a tablet today.
Have you?
Yeah.
Salisbury bowls, that's his short, up onto his toes. Jumping actually, both feet are in the air as he makes contact with that Azhar Ali. But he drops it down almost in front of him. There's no run.
It's watching the feed on my laptop here. It's a delivery behind. Oh, it's caught up now. Dragged it on. Yeah, I know, it's tree pollen this time of year.
The dreaded tree pollen.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, Salisbury on the drive is as an inside edge onto his back pad. It dribbles out to point. No run. He stays on 37. Haynes has 44. Worcestershire 121 for 2. 321 more needed. Durham wicketless this morning in their quest for 8 to win the game, and 86 overs remaining.
No good with cats either. They make me sneeze.
Do they? For how long? As long as they're around.
Well, it's got the point now where if I'm near somebody who has a cat and there's a bit of sort of cat fur on them, that does it. Have you got cats?
Yeah.
Have you?
2. They're only a year old.
Right.
But they don't hang around much. They're out most of the
right.
time. You're alright, aren't you?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Must be the wrong type of cat.
Not cat-like, not feline enough.
No. Stokes into the attack now as well to replace Chris Rushworth. Durham need to make things happen here. Scott Borthwick's just been up for a long chat with the England skipper about tactics and is now jogging back to the slip cordon where he will take up a position at second slip. To his left, David Beddingham at first slip, and to his left, Ned Eckersley, the keeper.
Well, he's been the enforcer, hasn't he, for Durham with the ball.
Yeah. Now, will we see short stuff or will he bowl at the stumps? He turns at the Diglas end. Haynes is on strike on 44 from 73 balls. Stokes right arm over, comes in and bowls. Gone short to Keegan Peterson under the helmet at short leg. Snatched with the left hand off the bounce.
Yeah, he's quickened as well, hasn't he, Stokes, as he's gone along. First over is, well, quick enough, obviously, but he's cranked it up as he's gone, and most of his bowling in this match has been short. And he's really asked some questions, examined the Worcestershire batters' techniques against the short stuff.
Stokes in again, and there is a short one. Straight through to the keeper. Batsman not having to do anything there other than just duck slightly. $121 for 2 here on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Newcastle. Are they swans we can hear flying past? Gulls.
Gully, that was,
Gulls, isn't it? Played by Haynes up towards mid-off and a quick single. Salisbury dives in and stops the ball. 1 run though. Yeah, they're gulls, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, my mum used to live by the river near the hotel, and you could hear the swans obviously before you saw them.
Yeah.
Usually their wingtips batting the surface of the river.
I walked down to Diggler Slot last night and to the pub in the Canal Marina. It was a lovely evening on the river last night. It was like glass.
Yeah, very nice spot.
Stokes, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Another short one. As Ali just ducks out the road of that. Came on that river in a boating holiday with the family in, I think it was about 1980. When this big orange cruiser thing where the whole roof slid backwards and moored across the river outside the ground, and there was a game on here. Must have been a Sunday then, and we were watching it on the telly on the boat across the river, I remember. I knew Worcestershire were playing then. Stokes in, played short on the leg side and away past short leg down towards backward square leg for one by Ali.
When was that? 80 what?
It was, I think it was the summer of 1980.
Right.
It was a Sunday League game, and it would have been probably the last week of June, maybe, thinking about it.
On BBC Two.
Would have been on the BBC, wouldn't it? Yeah, the Sunday League game. Stokes comes in and bowls. This is defended. End of the over. 123 for 2. I remember on the way home, my man missed the turn off. Coming up the M5, and you had to swing across and join the M6 to go up our way up the A38, and she missed it. We got all the way to Stoke. She realised what she'd done, so pulled into a petrol station. My granda got out the car with a map. Guy and the map and the petrol station showed him where we were on the map. He got back in the car and said, "We're up here, and we need to be down there." So rather than continuing north and going up to Manchester, she turned around and came all the way back down to Birmingham from Stoke. So we got home quite late that night.
So I'm not surprised. Salisbury continues, defended by Azhar Ali up to mid-on. Matty Potts trots round to his left of field, no run. 123 for 2. 319 is the target for Worcestershire. 8 wickets still the challenge for Durham. 85 overs including this one to go. Ben Stokes has lost his, well, I say lost his sun hat, doesn't want it anymore. 12th man comes on to take it off him. Not a day for a sun hat, certainly. Azhar turns this next one down to fine leg. Through they come for the single.
I remember my dad wasn't on that holiday with us because it was the Hoppings Fair in Newcastle that week. It was always a busy week for him selling teddy bears. I've just looked to see what dates the Hoppings was on. Britain's biggest travelling fair, 1980. And it says the Hoppings of 1980 was hit by heavy hailstorms and rain, which sounds about
right.
Bang on for the Hoppings, because it's normally a mud fest every year, right? No matter what the weather's doing, as soon as that fair comes along, the rain turns up and it ends up like a mud fest.
Salisbury past the umpire, right arm over, bit of inside edge onto the front pad here from Jack Haynes. It trickles out to point, and there's no run. Dixon does the fielding. 124 for 2.
The 1980 Hoppings struck by hailstones, thunder, lightning and torrential rain.
So did your dad make them as well as sell?
No, he generally bought them in.
Right. Salisbury bowls, slightly slower delivery. Forward comes Haynes, up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, no run.
The teddy bear industry was actually a byproduct of the carpet industry of the Yorkshire area.
Right.
So the Yorkshire carpet triangle, because a lot of the off-cuts from carpets were then used in either the filling of teddy bears or the making of them. gonks, of course, were a big seller back in the day.
Gonks. So, yes. Salisbury bowls. Haynes won't get a run here. Back out to Stokes at mid-off.
They were basically a sort of toilet roll tube with a bit of fur glued round and a couple of eyes stuck on from memory.
Yeah.
They were very
I
popular.
vaguely remember gonks.
Yeah. Pink elephants, they were a big seller. Quite comfortable to sleep on as well, a bag of pink elephants.
Last ball of the over then. Matt Salisbury past the umpire. Bowls, it's very short. Haynes doesn't really have to duck much to get under that one. Through to Eckersley, end of the over. Keeps Haynes down that end. He's got 45, but Azhar Ali is well set. He's got 39. 124 for 2. Salisbury 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. But no real threat here from the Durham attack early on. I mean, Stokes has only bowled 1 over, so that may change things, but he's not changing his length. Everything is dug in. He does have a short leg. Keegan Peterson there. But so far, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have played him pretty well. 2 slips and that short leg. They're the only close catches, with Ned Eckersley behind the stumps.
Stokes into Ali. Ali up on his toes, fends off a shortish one. Right, it could have been this then. 25th of June 1980, the Benson and Hedges Cup, Worcestershire against Essex.
Who won?
Let's have a look. I remember it was near my birthday, which would have been at the back end of that week. Worcestershire won and decided to bat, and Essex won by 8 wickets.
Oh.
In comes Stokes, turned away by Ali towards fine leg, and it's 4 runs. Salisbury's there, fielding in front of the hotel, but couldn't get across in time because the ball was motoring. So far, in the first 50 minutes this morning, it's all looked very straightforward and easy for Worcestershire.
Yeah, because there hasn't been any short stuff from Stokes yet that is kind of in that area where you might attempt a pull or a hook. There is a man out at deep square leg and deep backward square, so the trap is set for that top edge, but they've either been far too high or not high enough, and Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have been able to get inside the line and just turn it down to fine leg for boundaries, because that deep backward square is quite wide.
In comes Stokes, bowls. That is a short one. Ali ducks out the road of that one.
Plus they'll be extra cautious, won't they, because they know that the two men are there.
How's this? It says this was the Benson and Hedges Cup semi-final 1980, played on the 25th, 26th, 27th of June. Must have rained for the first 2 days or something. A 55 over match.
What?
Joe Ormron got 70. Phil Neal was playing 29. Norman Gifford was playing, who later went on to be Durham coach. Stokes in. That's left through to the keeper. He was playing for Essex then. Mike Denness got 66. Graham Gooch 81. Ken McEwen 65. They played in the John Player League the same week against Leicestershire here. Worcestershire won that one by 8 wickets. Doesn't say if any of them were on the TV though, so was that 42 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bit of a delay going on here while Matty Potts is moved. He's coming to short mid-wicket for Ali.
Leg gully now.
Got a leg gully in, so Keegan Peterson's
field.
moved round there.
It's a better field how Stokes has been bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, got 2 slips in place, a backward point, a point, a mid-off as he comes in and bowls. Ali on top of that one fends it down into the ground. I reckon it would have been the Essex game, would have been a semi-final, and that would have been on telly.
Yeah.
Stokes in, bowls, short one. Ali down on his knees, rocks out the road of that one. End of the over. 128 for 2. The 25th of June in 1980 was a Wednesday, so that probably makes more sense. Would have taken us a few days to get up here on the boat. So.
Are we settled on that now?
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
So we were outside this ground while the Cup semi-final was taking place in it.
Essex. Yeah.
I would imagine if I'd been on that boat trip with my other granddad, we would have been in the ground watching the cricket rather than sitting on a boat watching it on the telly. No. One side of the family were a big cricket supporting family, and the other side weren't really into sport.
Was your other granddad into boating?
Well, he was on that boat that day.
So he must have known the game. Well, maybe he didn't know the game was on.
Well, we only knew it was on because once we moored up outside we could hear it. And
Okay.
my Uncle Ken found it on the telly. I mean, there would have only been 3 channels back then, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Channel 4 have even
Channel
existed
4,
by
no.
then?
That was at 80, what, 2, was it, 3? Salisbury starts a new over, off the back foot, Haynes. They're going to get a single here to the left hand of Ben Stokes, who picks it up cleanly, but he's forced wide by it. Throws it into Eckersley, but they're safely through for a single. Haynes up to 46, 129 for 2.
I can't think how far up the river we would have got. Up the Severn, probably up to maybe Stourport. We went all the way up to Stratford on the Avon and down to Gloucester and whatnot, and Tewkesbury and Pershore and Wyrepiddle.
Nice.
That Avon Valley's lovely, isn't it, with all the fruit fields and everything?
Salisbury bowls, full of length, and nicely turned by Azarelli. He'll get a single here. Field is quite deep on the onside. Matty Potts runs round from fairly straight mid-on. So Haynes now down to face. That single takes Azar up to 44, 130 for 2. Haynes on 46, one blow potentially away from a half century, which will be his first of the season. Short leg is in for him now though. Salisbury bowls and driven nicely, very straight though, and gathered well by Potts at mid-on.
I've just looked on my Twitter feed. Tim sent me a message saying, "Hi Marty, regarding your story in 1980, on the 25th of June, Worcestershire played Essex at New Road, a semi-final." So he's managed to find the scorecard as well. Thanks for looking it up, Tim.
Salisbury past the umpire. This is flicked off his hip nicely by Haynes. Only be a single out to Travaskis at deep square leg. He goes up to 46 now, Haynes. 131 for 2. The victory target is almost at that psychological boost of being under 300. 311 now needed. 82 overs left in the day after this one. These 2 balls. Still 8 wickets needed for Durham. Been frustrated this morning as Salisbury bowls. It's short, doesn't get up very high, and turned down to fine leg. Fine enough by Azar Ali for 4. And the he's quite wide down there in the deep. Can't cut it off.
And that's the 100 partnership, isn't it?
It is. Well played, these 2. The second 100 partnership of the match for the home side. They'd won in the first innings between Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard, and now these 2 have come along and repeated that.
It's come in 176 balls.
Azar has 48. Defending it up to Potts at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, this pair came together at 35 for 2 after 6.5 overs. So exactly 100 in 30 overs, yeah. 48 to Azhar Ali, 47 to Jack Haynes. Salisbury now 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Good figures, but in terms of economy, but that's about it. No real hint of a wicket here for Durham so far. Stokes into his 3rd over of the day, getting faster and faster. He bowls and Haynes tucks him off his armpit down through square leg, but there's nobody there except Alex Leese on the fence, so he's got to come in quite a way. So through they come for a single. So Keegan Peterson is in at leg gully with the helmet and the pads. Matty Potts is in, definitely catching at mid-wicket. 2 slips and the 2 men out for that top-edged mistimed pull or hook at deep square leg and long leg. Stokes bowls and Azhar Ali turn it to point, and there's no run.
It's nearly midday. So an hour in and everything's just looked fairly straightforward from a Worcestershire point of view. And there's 82 overs remaining, but bear in mind, if there's hardly any wickets being taken as the final hour comes, they might be shaking on a draw. 16 overs minus that total.
Stokes steaming in bowls. This is slightly fuller. He's not quite so short in this over so far, but it's on a good length, and Azhar pushes it out to cover, fielded by Travaskis, who takes his place back on the coconut matting covering that square. Goes for a wander and a poke. Azhar Ali, 48 he has now, 99 balls he's faced.
Got to go and do an update, but yeah, they might only have to bat 66 overs at this rate.
All about keeping those wickets intact, because the longer they can stay that right side of things. And this will be runs for Azhar Ali through mid-wicket. It's away from Matty Potts. They'll come back for at least 2 as throw comes in from the boundary, and Azhar Ali notches his first half century for Worcestershire. The Pakistan international has played splendidly. He's had to go through a rough ride from Ben Stokes and the short pitch stuff last night, and he did the hard work yesterday and he's carried on today. Splendid work. 50 from 100 balls, 138 for 2. Needs to carry on now for Worcestershire as they bid to try and save this game. Stokes into him now and bowls. This is Fuller wide outside the off stump, taken though by Eckersley. So there's a quick shift in tactics here from Ben Stokes. He's certainly not been as short as he's been previously. He's got 1 ball left in this over, but he still has the trap set for the fend, either to short mid wicket or off the hip to leg gully. Keegan Peterson has lost the helmet now at leg gully. We've seen quite a few go down exactly where he's standing from both these batters this morning. Stokes in and bowls. This is shorter and up onto his toes, and in mid-air Azhar Ali is when that ball thuds into the splice of his bat. Out to cover, another one safely chalked off by Worcestershire. 138 for 2 at the end of that over. Stokes 8 overs, none for 27 in this second innings. But his figures in this final day: 3 overs, none for 9 in his spell so far as he takes his long sleeve jumper. Azhar 50, which came off 100 balls and included 7 fours. And Haynes is on 48. And Worcestershire are going along nicely here. 138 for 2 in their pursuit of trying to take this game as deep as they can. They've got a nominal victory target of another 304. They won't be too concerned about that. It's all about batting time. 81 overs remaining today, or it might be 16 less than that, and they might shake hands if it's looking like an inevitable draw later on this afternoon. So they've got to bear that in mind as well. But 138 for 2. Azza Ali's just brought up his maiden half century for Worcestershire, and he's looked in no trouble this morning. Neither has Jack Haynes, who's got 48. Worcestershire, so far so good. 138 for 2. They still need 304 to win, but more realistically, 81 overs to survive. Down towards the fence it goes from Jack Haynes. He reaches his half century with a boundary as well. He gets a firm handshake from his partner Azza Ali, and that's a terrific innings from the Worcestershire right-hander. His first half century of the county championship for Worcester this season, and he's played splendidly as well. Just like his partner, came through a tough examination last night, and he's reaped the rewards this morning. 50 from 87 balls with 9 fours. 140 for 2 as Salisbury comes into him now and bowls, and he's stroked that back up the pitch. The bowler fields on his follow through, and these two now, the partnership is worth 105. Really set the tone for Worcestershire today. An hour gone, no wickets lost. This is exactly what they would have wanted. Pitch again playing pretty well. Salisbury in, forward comes Haynes and just dribbles out to Peterson at short mid wicket. And it does look like it's going to be tough work here for Durham to try and take these 8 wickets. New ball's gone now, 40th into the 38th over with it at the moment. Have the prospect of that second cherry, of course, later on today. Might be too late by then, we'll have to see. But you never know. New ball, Ben Stokes, Matty Potts, Chris Rushworth. Still very much got the ammunition here. Salisbury in. Haynes forward, out to cover, and there's no run. But Worcestershire's game plan working perfectly here. No wickets lost this morning. Haven't looked in any danger of losing wickets either. Both batsmen have reached their 50s too. Here's Salisbury, last ball of his over. Haynes is forward, won't get a run here. Fielded on his follow through. End of another one. 7 overs, none for 14 now for Salisbury. 140 for 2. 302 still needed. 80 overs left.
You're not vegetarian, are you?
I'm not, no.
John was just checking.
If all we have is vegetarian, obviously
No, I think he was just checking.
Happy.
Look at this, a Durham 12th man's running on in a cagoule. Running off again.
Helmet with him.
Fresh pair of gloves being brought out for the batsman as well. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to drop us a line on email, or at Marty Cricket on Twitter, and it's Dan Wheeler Sport on Twitter as well. The Worcestershire 12 man now jogging off the field, having brought drinks out too.
Stokes going to continue.
Borthwick's just been up for another chat with him. 80 overs to go. Bracket in theory. Close brackets. Stokes then running in from about 40 yards out from the Diglas end. Bowling to Ali. Ali fends the ball down into the leg side for a single up to square leg.
How are they going to get this wicket then? They're going to get this wicket through this continued short stuff tactic? Don't know. Now that leg gully's
so
gone
far,
in. Well, now the leg gully's gone in, there hasn't been anything that's gone anywhere near him, has there?
No. Haynes on strike. He's faced 91 balls for his 52 as Stokes bowls. This is played down into the ground to the gully area to Sean Dixon. First Durham batsman to get 3 centuries in 3 consecutive innings. So I discovered last night, thanks to William the scorer. And the 5th Durham batsman to score centuries in each innings of a first class match. Dean Jones did it against the touring Pakistan side of 1992. Paul Collingwood did it, and then in 2016 Keaton Jennings did it in the opening game against Somerset, and then a couple of weeks later Scott Borthwick did it against Lancashire in Chesley Street. Stokes bowls, played firmly away by Haynes, back up towards mid-off.
I wonder whether that one kept a little bit lower than Haynes perhaps initially thought it might. I don't know, maybe not.
Chris Pinkney has tweeted as Stokes comes in and bowls, pushed out by Haynes towards the covers, collected by Travaskis, no run. He said what Durham needed to do 2 weeks ago was nowhere to be seen. I presume he means must be 3 weeks ago now against Leicestershire, and they only took the 2 wickets on the final day. Target set for Worcestershire last night 442, which seems improbable. They still need another 299 if they pull that off, and 143 for 2. Stokes in past the umpire, bowls, and it's pulled short out towards the square leg boundary. There's a man out there, 1 run.
Yeah, safe shot with no regular square leg, and didn't try and hit it too hard, made sure he got on top of that. Jack Haynes knows there's 2 men there for that top edge if he just gets his timing out. 144 for 2.
I think that's Alex Lee's fielding on that far boundary. Stokes in again. Ali on strike with a drive through the covers. Travaskis is chasing after it. The ball is slowing. Travaskis keeps going, slides in, and it is going to be 2 runs.
That's the first remote half, I think, approaching a half volley that Ben Stokes has bowled. I think in this match, getting onto the front foot for the first time, the batters against England's new captain. Such a shock, maybe, as I didn't quite time it as he might have done. End of the over, 146 for 2. The victory target is under 300 now, 296. More realistically, though, that overs target's getting smaller. Now 79, in theory. Because we could shake hands an hour early if Worcestershire are looking good and Durham haven't got close to that 8 wickets they need. Still a long, long way to go, but so far it's been Worcestershire's morning. Rushworth coming back now, 2 for 29. He's very much looked like the usual Chris Rushworth in this match, particularly in this innings. Bowled splendidly last night, exploited the conditions perfectly. More overcast this morning. Can he make that breakthrough now for Durham? Here he comes from the New Road end. Switch of ends for him. He bowls right arm over. No run here. Haynes holds up his top hand to his partner Azhar Ali with a big shout of no, straight to Dixon at point. Still the 2 slips and Peterson in at a short mid wicket. Doesn't have the helmet on, but he's not really close enough to need one. Down he goes with the 2 slips as Rushworth bowls short, and Haynes is behind this, up onto his toes. Out to Lease at cover, and there's no run. 146 for 2. Haynes has 53. Azhar Ali at the other end, also 53. Pretty close in ball's face too. Haynes 97, Azhar 104. Both with their first half centuries of the season, and for Azhar, of course, his first for Worcestershire. Rushworth on the charge, bowls and turn towards Peterson at mid-wicket. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but it's not travelling very fast, so no hint of a possible run on that misfield. Slight misfield. Rushworth running away from us now, and Haynes is on the drive. That's a nice shot, but it's well saved down low to his left from Peterson, one-handed. There was cover behind him though. At mid-on, Matty Potts would have come around to have fielded that, so it would only have been a single if he'd not managed to take it as well as he did. .146 for 2. Might be 1 or 2 more spectators in front of the hotel than there were at the start of play. Rushworth bowls and defended back up the pitch by Haynes. There's no run. Stokes has it at mid-off. Uses the sweat on his forehead to rub on the ball, and a long polish on his down his right thigh. Quick chat with Rushworth before he lobs him the ball. Last ball of the over coming up. Durham still searching for this first wicket of the day. Rushworth bowls, won't get it here. Haynes covers up on middle and off and just turns his wrists and guides it to short mid-wicket, fielded by Keegan Peterson. End of the over. 146 for 2. 53 apiece for Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes. Stokes will continue. Rushworth 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. 296 to win. 78 overs left.
I don't think this light's improved at all, do you?
Got a bit brighter than when we started, yeah, I think it has, but it's certainly not got appreciably better.
There's a big bank of murk sitting right over us at the moment. 78 overs to go. Minus 16 possibly. Reminder, Durham haven't bowled a team out twice yet this season. The tracks have been generally rather batsman friendly. And they have their work cut out here. These two came together with a score of 35-4-2 yesterday afternoon. It was the 7th over when the partnership began, and we're now in the 41st, and it's 146 for 2. Stokes bowls, another short one to Ali. Just lets that go through to the keeper.
Been a switch in the personnel, hasn't there? Because David Beddingham is now fielding at leg gully in the sun hat, and Keegan Peterson has
it's gone back in a short leg, hasn't it?
Just the one slip now with that switch for Beddingham. Still the 2 out for the top edge.
I think the keeper was just asking Ben Stokes where he should be standing there. As Stokes comes in now. Balls, and Ali nearly drops it onto his stumps there. It's gone down the leg side, off the bat and the pad. just missed the stumps, I think.
Yeah, that was very close.
I think he's played it into the pad, it's rolled up, hit his arm and then bounced backwards and just gone over the target. A moment in this game. And he's on 53, he's faced 106 balls. Here's the 107th from Stokes, comes in. He's up on his toes and plays that back to the bowler along the ground there. Stokes so far none for 31, 9.3 overs, no maidens yet. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings. Rushworth at the other end 2 for 29, 12 overs. 6 of those have been maidens. The other bowlers that Durham have used so far: Matty Potts, none for 56 from 11 overs, 1 maiden. Salisbury, none for 16 from 7, 2 maidens for him. And Travaskis had 1 over yesterday, and it went for 1 run.
Change of angle here. Stokes going round the wicket. Still going to be short.
There's a discussion now as to where the wicketkeeper should be standing and where the slip should be.
And where leg gully ought to go.
So Beddingham's gone really tight as a leg gully. As Stokes comes in again and bowls, and he plays it up to mid-on, no run. Eckersley's now scraping a mark in the ground, isn't he? This is where I need to stand when Ben's coming round the wicket. Borthwick's limbering up. Whether he's going to bring himself on to bowl soon, we'll see. He's doing some rigorous warming up and stretching exercises there.
Well, they need to try something different, don't they?
Yeah. Stokes again from the Diglas end. 2 balls left of the over. Ali fends that one down into the ground and off towards point. Travaskis and Dixon meet as the ball comes to them. Partnership's 111 from 206 balls.
It looks about right with the camera behind on the live feed. The camera behind Ben Stokes. Beddingham looks like he's in the right position. Maybe he could be a touch finer, but he's switching back to over the wicket now. But when he was round the wicket, he looked like he was the right sort of spot after that conversation between the 3 behind the stumps.
Stokes again to Ali, and he's up on top of that one and fends it down into the ground. Shorten that leg side, end of the over.
Yeah, Beddingham went wider, obviously, for the change of angle with Stokes back over the wicket for that final ball. But at least Durham are trying things differently here. Round the wicket, switching the angles. Might see Scott Borthwick come in, spin for the first time this morning. We'll see how that goes. 146 for 2. So Worcestershire won't care about the runs here. Still 296 needed to win. But the overs, that's the crucial thing. Ticking down. 77 now. In theory. Left. 41 gone in this second innings. Still going to be Chris Rushworth. Matty Potts is doing the double windmill as well, isn't he? Touching his toes, doing a few twists at mid-on. But it's still going to be Rushworth, so Stokes might be done for this spell. And Rushworth's going to carry on. Right arm over the wicket, bowling to Haynes. Won't get a run here, turning it into the onside. Travaskis scuttles from square leg to field. 146 for 2. Got a bit brighter.
Sussex have declared at Hove, so Middlesex are chasing 370 off 77 overs. Sussex declaring on 335 for 4 from 68 overs in their second innings. Pajara has made another century, 170 not out.
Rushworth bowls. Won't get a run here out into the covers. He'll stay on 53. Haynes, another 100.
Yeah, he got 205, was it, against Durham last week?
Yeah, he's had back-to-back double hundreds, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it's a batsman's paradise out there this summer, isn't it?
Yeah.
All these roads they're playing on. Who'd be a bowler? 1,000 runs before June.
Rushworth bowls, and Haynes won't get a run here, turning it to cover again.
Who? Graham Hick? I can't remember. Was Graham Hick the last one to do it before June?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, end of May. Yeah.
Thing is, since the T20 came along, there's not that much county championship cricket played in the run up to the June, is there?
That's true.
So
you wouldn't have the innings now, would you?
Yeah.
Rushworth. 3 balls to go. In he comes. Bowls and nicely punched off the back foot by Haynes. Won't get a run though. Hits Lease at cover.
Is that that's the difficult third album, isn't it? 1,000 Runs Before June.
What was it?
In fact, that's the first.
Grease Occupation was the second one.
That's the first solo album after the band split up.
Yes. Pigeons are back, or threatening to be back. Rushworth bowls. No run here. Turn to short mid wicket by Haynes. He stays on 53, as does Ali. 146 for 2.
They used to talk about 1,000 runs before the end of May, didn't they? Yeah. Only 8 batsmen have done it in the English summer before the end of May, and none since Graham Hick in 1988.
It was the anniversary of his 405, wasn't it? A couple of days ago.
Was it?
Yeah. Against Somerset at Taunton. Rushworth bowls. It's a bit fuller, driven nicely by Haynes, but he's pinged it straight out to Stokes at mid-off. So the over ends with another dot ball. 146 for 2 at the end of that. 42 overs gone in this Worcestershire second innings. Still 296 needed, but now only 76 overs remaining in the day. Still 53 each for Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes.
You see all that effort getting those 1,000 runs before May, it paid off because he got a pavilion named after him. So it was worth it.
Might have been 1 or 2 runs more than that, but yeah, it was the start of things.
What are you seeing here? Who's coming into ball? There's a Potts back into the attack. There's a conflab of 4 going on at the moment. Potts is going to come into the attack, this time from the Diglas end. He bowled this morning from the New Road end. Go away, Mr. Pigeon, you're not wanted. Oh, he's landed on the scorer's light.
Oh yeah, there's one over up there as well.
Yeah.
On the girder, looking to see if he's enough room to join him. It's Bradder's magnetic personality. That's what's drawn them. Can't get any closer.
Yeah. 146 for 2. In comes Potts then to start this new over, bowling to Ali. It's defended and runs up to mid-off, no run there.
I wonder what he'll make of it when it goes, if it flashes on by the time he's perched on the top. Go on, a 4 or a leg by or something, or no ball.
Yeah. They've put lots of netting up to keep the pigeons away. That netting wasn't there last year because they'd made some nests in the corner, hadn't they?
Yeah.
So the net's now
they
there.
just make them up there.
Yeah. They're obviously trying to return to where they nested last year, but they can't get there because of the nets. Potts to Ali. Ali drives. That's away down the ground. Here's the light going to go off now then for 4.
He's not looking. Go on. Look at your feet.
There you go.
Go on.
Even
Oh,
his feet's got a bit warm. He's flown away.
He missed the show there. He's thinking, what is going on?
Why can't I get up
This
to
new
me
ceiling
perch? Where's
wasn't here
me
last
nest
time.
gone from last year?
This'll never do.
4 runs then there to take Ali to 57, and Worcestershire 150 for 2 in the process, and that is in the 43rd over. Potts bowls, Ali defends, the ball runs back up towards mid-on. This time no run there. Bernard's emailed. Bernard, it's War and Peace again. How can I read all this while I'm on air? He said, I don't know what the level of the water table is in Worcester, but the wickets so far this season have been placid. Did the cricket ground flood during the winter?
Yep.
Yes, because that used to happen every year, but we have had such a long dry spell, the wickets should be firmer and have better bounce. Potts bowls, this has gone through to the keeper.
Well, this has had bounce, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he says he mentions Sir Garfield Sobers ended the spin bowling career of Malcolm Nash in 1967, but he became a very good seaman swing bowler. They were saying the other day when Ben Stokes hit 5 sixes in a row and then that 4 off Josh Baker as Potts bowls here, and that's another lead through the keeper. Malcolm Nash got fed up with the 6 sixes thing and used to point out to people, and I think he took something like 900 first class wickets.
I think he had to embrace it towards that as things went on, didn't he? I understand why he's annoyed to start with, but
in comes the bowler through to the keeper, swings a long way across towards the slip cord, and as he takes it, that is the end of the over. He's doing this, trying to work out Ben's scoring the other day, and Bernard reckons he got 46 in 8 balls. And then he said, I had to check the scorecard to see if he made 50 in 9 deliveries. Well, his 50 was quite slow, wasn't it? It was the next bit.
It was post 50 that it sort of went bananas.
So he got the 50. Was it 49 balls?
We could look back. It'd be quite easy to do that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 47 balls, and then he got to his 100 in 64. So 17, is that 17 balls from 50? 17 balls second 50. But he actually, in hitting 17 sixes, became the first player in first class cricket in this country to make 100 runs in sixes.
Yeah, it was a sensational performance. Rushworth to carry on from the New Road end. He bowls, and that's driven nicely by Haynes, but straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, Worcestershire is showing the adhesion and the application they need to try and escape this game with either a draw or a very, very improbable victory. That's still 292 runs behind. They won't really care too much about that. It's all about surviving the day. There are 75 more overs to go, including the one we're on with Chris Rushworth. But Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have played splendidly without any real alarm this morning, it has to be said. They've taken the score on to 150 for 2, so their partnership is beyond 100 now. And Azhar Ali has his first half century for Worcestershire, and Jack Haynes does as well for the first time this season. He's got 53, Azhar Ali has 57, Worcestershire 150 for 2. There's still 292 off that victory target, but it's all about batting out the day. 75 overs remaining. Rushworth past the umpire, bowls, and Haynes won't get a run here, out to Dixon at cover.
I'm always reminded on these occasions when there's one day left of a game and however many wickets are needed, and twice Durham, when Keaton Jennings was with them, needed to come back for 1 wicket the following day, and in both of those occasions Jennings had got 100, and tells a story of his father Ray playing in a first class match.
Rushworth bowls, it's full, nice drive again, but it's down into the ground and straight at Rushworth, who fields and throws it to Eckersley.
The teams came back on the final day with 1 wicket needed, and it never fell. The last pair batted out the whole day. We haven't had a wicket today though, in an hour and a half's play.
Yeah, and it's looked pretty comfy for the home side so far. 2 balls left of this over. Rushworth bowls, it's shorter, helped on its way. It's over Liam Travaskis, just Or did he get a
I
hand
think he
to
might
it?
have got a hand to that, you know.
At square leg, he's parried it up over the bar and away for 4 runs.
It's a hard chance, but
Yeah, it wasn't a full-blooded pull by Jack Haynes. It was more of a shovel, really. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but got just enough height on it. Travaskis looks like he got a finger to that. Looks disappointed as he finally gets to his feet. Yeah, looks like he got something on it. Good effort, but that's the closest Durham have come to a breakthrough this morning. Haynes up to 57, 154 for 2. He's forward to this next delivery, bat and pad tight together, squeezing it out to Stokes at mid-off. End of the over from Rushworth, 2 for 33, 154 for 2. Both these batters now have 57. 288 is the victory target. 74 more overs to go. But that is the first time that the Worcestershire dressing room might have had their heart closer to their mouths than they have at any other time this morning. That half chance for Travaskis at square leg. Travaskis, having made that effort to get to that catch, is now going to be brought into the attack. Some left arm spin.
Travaskis then round the wicket from the Diglas end to Ali. He's got a short leg in place, one slip as well. Short mid wicket. First ball's played back to him. Travaskis in again, sunglasses on, bowls, and it's dug out by Ali. Almost turned that into a Yorker length ball there. Katie's tweeted, she says, Nick Compton nearly got the 1,000 runs before June a few years ago. As bowler comes in again, Ali takes 3 or 4 paces down the track to snuff that one out. She said she thinks it may have been 2013, and if it hadn't rained on the 31st of May, he would have got there. He reached the figure on the 1st of June. 2012 was the really, really wet summer. In comes Travaskis once more, played out into the covers to Borthwick, no run. '12 was the year when Durham just couldn't get a match finished because of the rain. They didn't win a game until the 10th attempt. Travaskis bowls, forward comes Ali and defends. They looked set to beat Warwickshire at home, and then it rained on the final day and wiped the game out. Ended in a draw. Phil Mustard lost his job as skipper at the end of that match and was replaced by Paul Collingwood. Travaskis in. This is pushed off towards mid-on by Ali, no run there. So it took 10 matches for them to win. They beat Middlesex, then I think they beat Surrey in the next game. They ended up winning 5 of the final 6. Stayed up quite comfortably in the end after scares. And then, having gone on such a run, virtually everybody in the national press had them as certainties to go down the next year, and they actually won the title.
There you go. Back at you.
With a big na. Potts has switched ends here. Somebody's got a hay fever issue going on. That was quite loud, wasn't it? Yeah, take your tablet on a morning, but sometimes once you get into the grass pollen season, then you've got to use the nasal sprays as well.
How many you pop in a day at the height?
Just the one. Once we were on holiday in the place called Glaisdale in the North Yorkshire Moors, and it was surrounded by grass meadows. That was a really tough week. Back and forth to Whitby, the chemists.
Potts to open from the New Road end. Forward comes Haynes, no run. Did you not do your due diligence on where you were going?
Yeah, I ran out though, that was the thing. And unfortunately, one of my daughters has followed in my footsteps with the hay fever stuff as well. When I first came down with it really badly when I was about 7-year-old, it was horrible. Felt like I couldn't open my eyes for days.
Potts past the umpire, bowls, and turn to Peterson at shortish mid-wicket, no run. So you were okay before you were 7?
I can't remember much about my life before I was 7
okay.
probably, but certainly I remember that summer feeling really poorly and I couldn't work out what it was, and it was turned out to be hay fever. So what year would that be? 1978. Did we have a high pollen year, 1978?
Don't know.
Thought you would have had it written down somewhere, Dan.
No, it's only 4. Potts bowls, pushed back to him up the pitch by Haynes, and there's no run.
Born in 74, were you?
Funnily enough, I've got every other year apart from that, Martin. Sorry about that.
And you wonder why you don't get praise.
Yeah.
74, that was that the FA Cup final? Newcastle and Liverpool?
Might have been. Turned down to deep square leg this time by Haynes. Through they trot for an easy single. He goes up to 58, 155 for 2. There's West Ham, Fulham the next year. 75.
West Ham won it in 80 as well, didn't they? When it was a Trevor Brookings goal.
Yeah, Trevor Brookings' header.
Then they came to Sunderland 3 days later. Sunderland beat them 2-0 and got promoted.
Who cares? Won the cup. Potts bowls, and that's nicely driven by Azhar Ali. Straight back down past the bowler. They won't get 4. They'll come back for 2. It's hauled in near the boundary by Chris Rushworth.
Well, when Sunderland won the FA Cup in 73, they had to go and play. They had to finish their fixtures off at Cardiff a few days later. And the Cardiff Miners presented them with a ceremonial Davy lamp.
Potts, last ball of the over. It's short, put more into that one. Quicker delivery. And bouncing high over Azhar Ali's head through to Eckersley. End of the over, 157 for 2. Azhar Ali has 59. Haynes has 58. And these two are going along very nicely, with Worcestershire on 157 for 2. And this pair have put on 122 so far. Worcestershire haven't lost a wicket this morning. 285 runs more runs needed to win, but 72 overs left. That's the key target for them as they try and get out of this game, avoiding defeat.
Travaskis to bowl his second over of the morning from the Diglas end. There's an addendum to that Miners lamp story, by the way.
Is there?
Yeah.
I'm going to hear it as well.
You are,
Yeah.
That Miners lamp from 1973 turned into the Stadium of Light.
Oh, I thought you said a genie then.
No. Well, it could have been, couldn't it?
Yeah.
It would be a Welsh genie. First ball's played back to the bowler. So it sat on a shelf in the boardroom at Roker Park for years and years and years, and then it was packed away one day. So the story goes, Travaskis bowls again, and this is played back to him by Haynes. And then when Sunderland were in the process of moving to their new stadium in 1997, somebody discovered this Davy lamp and asked what the history was to it, and they started to look into where it came from. And this is defended again. And then the club announced that they were going to call the new stadium the Stadium of Light, in honour of the Davy lamps which guided the miners from Wearmouth Colliery, which was on that site. And there's a huge Davy lamp outside the ground now, which you wouldn't be able to lift. Driven this time out into the covers. Good stop there by Potts. Borthwick, who was just in front of him, dived to the floor because he thought Potts was going to throw the ball towards the bowler's end.
Well, I personally wouldn't be able to lift.
I don't think anybody would be. It's really big, and
Right.
you certainly it wouldn't be very good taking it underground.
Oh, okay.
No. Travaskis in, defended by Haynes.
Just the way you emphasise you then, maybe.
Yeah.
Just you having a pop that I wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah. What is this? You're suggesting I think you're weak?
Well, would fit with the narrative of this last 3 days, wouldn't it?
There hasn't been a narrative. It's just dug out by Haynes, playing out towards the cover area, no run there. End of the over. He got through that quickly, didn't he? 47 overs gone, so 71 remaining today if we get the full lot in, and Durham is still looking for the first wicket of the day. So from a Worcestershire point of view, things going very nicely for them. There's only really been 1 or 2 moments of worry for them. That ball when Ali nearly turned it onto his stumps off his arm, and then the delivery where Haynes pulled the ball out through mid-wicket a couple of overs ago, and Travaskis diving in the air couldn't get hold of it, probably bounced out of his hand and shot away for 4. It was travelling at the time. Probably a quarter chance rather than a half chance.
Yeah, it was a toughie, wasn't it? Potts is going to carry on. Here he is, his 14th over of this innings, 157 for 2. Here he comes, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and Azza drives him nicely up to Rushworth at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, you sense it's going to be an obvious error from the batsman if at this moment whether Durham are going to get a wicket. You can't see brilliant piece of bowling or the ball doing something special. The closest we've come, as Martin was saying, was that pull that wasn't quite timed by Jack Haynes. On the drive is Azza, he spanked that out to the covers. There's no run, it straight at Alex Lees.
Is that an advert over there? Is Chris Moyles coming to do some gigging with this,
yeah.
or is he? Chris Moyles
90s hangover.
Hangover. I thought it said handover. I'm thinking handing over what?
It's handover note.
Yes. Tears for Fears here this year as well.
I don't know. Missed that. They've had a few down here in the past, haven't they? Elton John, Ollie Murs. That's squared Azza up a little bit. Outside edge portion of the bat out to covers, and there's no run.
Elton John's a big cricket fan, you know.
He is, yeah.
If you read Graham Fowler's autobiography, Elton John used to plan his tours of New Zealand and Australia when England were touring there. For a period, him and Graham Fowler became quite good friends. I think pals with Ian Botham as well.
Potts bowls. Azza will get runs. Just tickled through mid-wicket away from Keegan Peterson out to Travaskis in the deep.
I think Elton John's retirement tour is this year. I'm sure he's coming to the stadium a lot. Brian Adams is at Durham, I think. And Diana Ross is coming to Durham.
Wow.
So she's apparently a good middle order batsman. Hey? Ross, Diana Ross. She's a singer. She's quite famous. She's probably still younger than you, DT.
2 balls to go in this over from Matty Potts. Here he comes. And a quick single here, dropped into the offside by Haynes. It's away from Lees. It's to his right side, his left-hand side, if that makes sense. Through they come for a single. Haynes up to 59, 159 for 2. I hope they put a giant goal with a massive football on the pitch ahead of a concert, Diana Ross, so she can right that horrible wrong from the World Cup in 1994.
And the goals fell apart.
Score this time.
Yeah.
Not miss a penalty.
Diana Ross is 78, is she?
Wow.
So she's younger than you.
Last ball of Matty Potts is over. Carefully played up to mid-off by Azza Ali. Another one gone. 159 for 2.
Another one bites the dust.
70 left in the day. 283.
Well, this is just a carbon copy of Leicester a few weeks ago, this. Nothing doing for the bowlers.
Well, Leicester did it to Worcestershire first game of the season as well, batted all day.
Stewart's wondering, is there any movement at all in this track? There doesn't seem to be, is there?
Not really.
Because there was a theory this morning that the overcast conditions might help the bowlers, but
It's not happened.
nope.
And it's brighten up. It's as bright as it's been all day.
Yeah. In fact, looking across towards the east, there's a very pale slivers of blue there now appearing, isn't there? So the murk's drifted off towards the west and the south. Travaskis, though, still has his sunglasses on and will bowl from the Diglas end, looking to remove Haynes, who's on 59. Azhar Ali at the other end on 60. In comes Travaskis. It's nibbled away through mid-wicket for 1. This partnership's 125 now from 250 balls. Ali on strike. Travaskis comes in and bowls. Ali forward to that one. Dot ball. Played as a back up to the bowler. Travaskis in again. Ali down the track to him. Digs out a full length delivery. Plays it towards short mid wicket. No run. $160 for 2 the score. Another 282 to win. Travaskis in. Ali drives out into the covers. Cut off by Potts. It's hurt his finger end there. He's fielding on some matting which is covering a wicket. And the ball, I think, just bobbled off the corner of the matting there and clipped him on the end of the finger. Travaskis left arm round again. Ali down the track. Has to move his feet quickly there and then clear his back leg out the road as he plays that one back towards the bowler. Nearly overbalanced himself slightly there. Last ball of the over. Travaskis to Ali. Ali plays it up towards mid-off, no run. End of the over. Just the 1 run from it. Where is Chris Moyles these days? Is he still on the radio?
Well, he was on Radio X, wasn't he?
That used to be XFM.
Yeah, possibly. But yeah, that was his last. That's when I was last aware he was still doing stuff. But I don't know whether he's there anymore. Or if he's still got a radio show. I don't know.
Isn't
Didn't he dabbled with the West End, didn't he?
Did he?
For a bit, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah. Can't remember what show it was, but
Jo Wiley on Radio 2, isn't she doing a tour of cricket grounds this summer as well? Doing a bit of DJing. Sure, I've seen her somewhere on a poster.
Potts from the New Road End. Here he comes, past the umpire, bowls, and forward is Haynes, up to mid-on, Rushworth Fields, there's no run. Haynes got 60, Azhar Ali's got 60. Comfortably Azhar Ali's highest score for Worcestershire.
What was his previous best?
23, I think. 20. First innings here against Sussex. That's his only double-figure score prior to this innings. Haynes covers up to this next delivery. Employs Rushworth again at mid-on. Haynes' best prior to today was the 49 in the second innings in the defeat at Nottinghamshire. Potts past the umpire, pass to Haynes, won't get a run here. Peterson trots round from short mid wicket to field, and there's no run. Yeah, lots of blue sky now behind the cathedral. clouds have got whiter. And the day is improving. The weather forecast was good for today. Warm and sunny. Potts bowls, turned off his hip by Haynes. There'll only be a single out to Travaskis at deep square leg. In comes the throw. 161 for 2. Haynes up to 61. Got those from 129 balls. There's a chat between him and Azhar Ali now. They'll be saying, right, big last 5 minutes or so here. Closing in on lunch. As Potts bowls to Azhar, it's a bouncer. And Azhar just squats out of the way and then backpedals for a little bit towards square leg. Yeah, if they can get to lunch still with only 2 down, that'll give them a huge lift, obviously, for what's to come this afternoon. .161 for 2. Potts bowls. Again, it's a short one. In mid-air, Azhar is, when that thuds into the spice of his bat, drops it down in front of him. End of the over. 161 for 2. 60 for Azhar Ali. 61 to Haynes. None for 66 from 15 overs for Matty Potts. 6 wickets in the first innings, none so far in the second. 281 the victory target now for Worcestershire. More runs needed. 68 overs left, in theory.
Travis has a short leg in place as he's bowling to Haynes from the Diglas end. Left arm round, Haynes forward. Task 1 from Worcestershire point of view nearly completed. Back through the morning session unscathed. We're approaching lunch, 5 minutes to go. Be this over and one more as Travaskis bowls again. Out to the covers it goes. Potts collected. Ball thrown back up to the bowler's end. They'll be more than happy with this, Dan, won't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's put the pitch in context, obviously, but you know, you've still got to grind it out, haven't you?
Travaskis in again, defends. The Association of Cricket Statisticians has updated its
oh, is he on there now?
stats, yeah. So the most sixes in the first class innings. Ben Stokes has 17, puts him joint 5th ahead of the previous English record of 16 shared by Andrew Simons and Graham Napier. And he's also joint 10th for most sixes in a match. This is pushed off towards mid-off, no run there.
Who's got the all-time records then?
It was a game in New Zealand, wasn't it? 23 sixes. James Franklin was talking about it the other day, the Durham coach. In comes Travaskis once more, defended. Rolls out to the offside.
God, that's a lot, isn't it? 23. I thought 17 was a lot.
Must be a small boundary, do you reckon?
Yeah.
One of those little grounds. In comes the bowler again. Pushed off towards the offside. In fact, it's this list's changed again because that's the end of the over. It was Colin Monroe with 23, but added to the list since then, Shafiq Kula Shinwari, Kabul region against Boost region at the Kunar Cricket Ground in Azadabad. Monroe got 23 for Auckland against Central Districts and Nelson Park in Napier. That's in a match, sorry, yeah. So Monroe's 23 in an innings, wasn't it? And Shinwari was in a match.
Matty Potts then with what should be the last over before lunch. In he comes, 161 for 2. Azhar Ali pushes it back up the pitch, and athletically fielded on his follow through by Potts. 2 slips, and still Keegan Peterson employed in that short mid wicket position for that popped catch that Azhar Ali produced in the first innings. Everyone else pretty much where they should be in the ring. There's 2 men out on the mistimed pull or hook though, as Potts bowls, and Azhar is safely behind this one, back up the pitch again, and there's no run.
Norman's emailed, he says, hello Marty, he said you referred the other day to Ed Barnard's uncle and saying he was the chairman of Burnett Field Cricket Club. He said it's David Sweeney, a long-time stalwart of the club, and in his younger days he was a bowler at Chesley Street and at North Durham in the now dearly departed Durham Senior League, no doubt facing your father at Whitburn a few times as well.
Potts in, and this rears a little bit at Azhar Ali, does well again to control that as it smashes into the almost the handle of his bat, but he's ridden that well, kept it down, out to Dixon at point, no run, goes for a little wander and a prod of the suspect area on the wicket where that pitched. Definitely exploded a little bit out of the surface there for Azhar Ali.
I think it was David who actually emailed us with the information and the family links to Ed Barnard about 3 or 4 years ago when I was here.
Potts in, again on the back foot, on the top of the bounce is Azhar Ali, out to Alex Leese at cover. No run, 2 balls to go. 12:59. So might be time for a tactical wander here, or a readjustment of a piece of kit, or take your guard again. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Absolutely make sure this is the last over. Now we're ready. 2 balls to go. Potts bowls. Azhar is forward. Out to Leese at cover again. Sweeps and fields and throws it to Eckersley. No run. Well, what a terrific morning this has been for the home side. Exactly what they needed to do. 161 for 2. Started this morning on 85 for 2. And this pair have taken their partnership now out to beyond 100. Potts bowls. Last ball of the lunch session, the morning session, and it's a sped through to Ned Eckersley. No shot offered by Azhar Ali, and that's the end of a very, very satisfactory first 2 hours from Worcestershire. 126 this pair have put on for the 3rd wicket so far, and they'll lunch very happily. Azhar Ali on 60, his maiden championship half century for Worcestershire, and Jack Haynes has batted equally well. He's got his first 50 of the season. He's got 61, Azhar Ali has 60, and the Worcestershire total 161 for 2. So they need another 281 runs to win. They won't be too bothered about that still at this stage. 66 overs left to try and survive, as they're getting a justified warm round of applause as they make their way off the field, the Worcestershire batters, and up the steps. Here come the Durham fielders, who've had a tough morning. Haven't really looked like taking a wicket at all, bar that slight mistimed pull by Jack Haynes that almost was caught by Liam Travaskis at square leg. Got a little finger to it, but ended up kind of tipping it over the bar, and away it went for 4. But that was about as close as they came. It's been all Worcestershire this morning, putting the good nature of this pitch into sharp focus. It's going to be hard graft for Durham to eke out these 8 wickets they need to win the game. All 3 results still possible at lunch here. Durham need 8 wickets, Worcestershire 281 more needed to win, and 66 overs left to try and survive if they're not going to win the game. So it's lunch. Please do join us for the resumption of this Worcestershire second innings in around about 40 minutes time. There'll be an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners to the FM service shortly. A terrific first morning's work for Worcestershire here on this final day 161 for 2 they reached lunch at. They haven't lost a wicket all morning, and Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have played splendidly. They've taken their stand for the third wicket to 126. Both have notched half centuries. Azhar's first for Worcestershire, of course, and Jack Haynes his first of the season. Azhar Ali's got 60, Haynes has got 61, and Durham haven't really looked like taking a wicket at all, which would be music to Worcestershire's ears. They played really well. 161 for 2. They still need 281 runs to win, but more realistically got to bat the remaining 66 overs. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to New Road for the start of the post-lunch session here on the final day, with Worcestershire inching towards survival and a potential unlikely and what would be an absolutely stunning victory. They're still 281 runs away from doing that. Still the less likely of the three results that are still possible, as Liam Travaskis bowls from the Diglis end to Jack Haynes. The first ball after lunch is just defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Worcestershire 161 for 2, 66 overs including this one remaining in the day. Haynes is forward and there's no run again. Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali have batted splendidly for the home side, as they needed to do this morning, coming together again, resetting from last night. 85 for 2 this morning when they came together, and they've now taken this partnership beyond 100. That's a nice looking drive from Haynes, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Yes, it's 126 at the moment between these two. Azhar Ali with his maiden half century for Worcestershire. It's the first of the season for Jack Haynes as well. He's onto the back foot to this next one. Does keep a touch low, which is why you can probably hear some of the cries of near miss and anguish from some of the Durham fielders. But Haynes has made his way to 61. Azhar's got 60, and they've done that fairly untroubled this morning. Travaskis bowls, and this has given a bit more air. It's driven down into the ground and loops up to cover, where Borthwick fields. A short leg and a slip, the close catches, as Travaskis bowls in his sunglasses. Forward comes Haynes. End of the over, safely negotiated. First over after lunch, 161 for 2, so a maiden to start, and another one goes by. 65 now remaining in the day. 281 is the victory target, and Durham still started the day heavy favourites. Still are favourites to win this game at the moment, but things can change the longer it goes on, and the longer they remain wicketless today. Still need 8, and they haven't really looked like adding to that so far today. It's put the nature of the pitch in true context. Been very good to bat on, and these two are making the most of it. 60 and 61. Hi Martin.
Somebody showed me a football result from yesterday. They're going to hold the ball here by those things. Might bring a wicket then in that case. What is it, 53 overs in?
Hasn't gone through the gauge satisfactorily.
So yesterday, Darlington Town in the Wearside League had a chance of winning the title as long as the nearest rivals didn't win, and the nearest rivals drew 0-0, I think. So a 0-0 draw in the Wearside Leagues, I would say, would be a rarity. I watch a lot of Northern League football, which is the next level up, and I've never seen a 0-0 draw. Anyway, so Darlington Town were playing Anfield Plain, I believe, and they had to overturn, not only hope the other team didn't win, which they didn't, but overturn a goal deficit of 10 goals.
A goal swing of 10?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they won 20-0. I can only see 19 goals on here, but
well, if they can score 20 goals in a match, why are they in that trouble in the first place?
But they've won the title instead.
That's
so
all right then.
The Wearside, in the Wearside League.
Shades of Bristol Rovers yesterday.
Well, slightly, but
yeah. Still working on this ball.
Yeah.
It's been changed, but they're trying to get some shine into it now.
Rich says, great commentary, but surely there are still 4 possible results, not 3, as has just been said.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a tied championship match? I haven't.
No. Very close to
Been
one.
watching them for 23 years and never seen one.
But yes, technically you're correct, obviously. 3 most likely results then. How about that?
Durham lads, I've just been speaking to some of the players, are still firmly of the opinion 1 wicket can lead to 2 or 3. It's getting that 1 wicket though, isn't it? So they switch the ball. Fielders are now ready. You've got a short mid-wicket for Azhar Ali. Keegan Peterson in close. Dixon drops to square leg as Rushworth bowls from the new road end. Ali forward to that one. Plays it safely away. Newcastle are in action this afternoon, aren't they, at Man City? Must be a 4 o'clock kick-off, I think. Build up on Radio Newcastle from 3:45.
Yeah, Liverpool will want the Magpies to do them a favour today, won't they?
Is it not Liverpool's year anymore?
No.
Rushworth in. This goes up to mid-off. No run. Did they draw 1-1 at Spurs last night, was it?
They did, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, by the time I get back home tonight, I'll have three stages of the Giro d'Italia to catch up on.
Recorded it then?
Eh?
Recorded it?
Hopefully. If not, I've got the cycling app on my phone that I use. I can watch all the action on there. Highlights, programmes. Rushworth in. Oh! Now that's a leave from Ali, and it's whacked him in the box, and he's going off for a little jog and in a lot of pain. What a very unusual moment. Where did he think that was going to go? Obviously not in the box, but Rushworth's just walked away, but Ali's down on his knees in pain. Oh, they're doing a replay of it. Where did this pitch then? That came in quite a long way off the seam, but I'm surprised he left it though. It still looked like it needed to be played at. The physio's running out, but he hasn't got a bag of peas with him, so he'll have to go back into the canteen and get some. Paul thinks it's not looking promising for a result.
So for the national counties T20 competition, where Herefordshire have been down by 8 wickets.
The what?
Herefordshire beaten Devon by 8 wickets in the national counties T20.
Bit of a West Country affair, that one, won't it? I bet there's arguments going on now in the tea rooms as to whether you put the jam on the scone first or the cream. You reckon? What about the Georgia was playing in those matches today, wasn't she? Might have a look and see if I can find any scores.
Yeah, she was in action for Sussex, wasn't she?
Kent made 595 for 8 before declaring against the Sri Lankan Development 11, who were 330 for 2. That looks like another road at Canterbury. Rushworth in then. And, Ali is apparently recovered now. It's not on the list of matches there. Filter by competition. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ali forward to this one, plays ball out into the covers, no run there. Yorkshire seconds are playing Durham seconds in a 2020 friendly in Harrogate today. And in Newport, it's the second 11 Championship Day 4 of Glamorgan against Worcestershire, if that one hasn't already ended. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ali turns this to mid-wicket, no run there. It's not bringing up though, hang on. What's the... oh no, they're later in the week. Can't find it. Away man's wondering if it's going to be a draw. I think that's what we're all wondering at the minute. This partnership has been crucial, hasn't it? 226 of 285 balls now from these two.
Yeah, they're closing in somewhat on a county record against Durham for the third wicket. That's 171 between Graham Hick and Ben Smith. That's edged and almost ended. A first slip by David Bedingham. It's gone straight through him there, and it's trickled over the rope for 4, and he's pounding the ground in frustration with both fists. He's cross, he didn't hang on to that. It did go very, very quickly, and it's one of those really awkward ones where the batsman goes back to cut, and it obliterates your view. The wicket-keeper's kind of in the way, and you see it at the very, very last second. It went quickly at catchable height.
Well, he was falling backwards and he tried to grasp at it as it went past his left hand.
Couldn't get it, and it goes away for 4. Haynes up to 65, 165 for 2. Travaskis, again, left arm round the wicket. Forward comes Haynes with a bit more conviction this time, pushing it out to the covers, and there's no run. Trying to force it off the back foot. And only the third over after lunch. Sniff for Durham there, but they couldn't take it. Forward carefully to this next delivery. No run out to Dixon at point. That's the closest Durham have come. There was that half a fingernail that Travaskis got to at square leg for that pull by Haynes before lunch, as he defends in front of his stumps. Out to Dixon again at point. Crucially for him and for Worcestershire's chances, he's still there. Travaskis gives this a bit of air. Just guided out to mid-wicket. Least bends down to do the fielding. Last ball of the over coming up. Haynes' boundary was his 12th, but his most fortuitous. He safely through the over though with a immaculate forward defensive stroke. 165 for 2. Haynes 65 from 147 balls. Very nearly exact copy by Azhar Ali in terms of figures. He's got 60 from 148 balls, so one more faced by him. 277 is the victory target. 277 more runs to win, that is. 63 overs remaining today. Worcestershire's hopes of escaping defeat enhanced with every passing over. Durham still no wicket today.
Bit of a conflab going on here between skipper and bowler before Rushworth starts this next over, which will be his 16th. He's taking 2 for 33, and more than half the overs have been maidens as well. 8 maidens. Comes in here to bowl to Ali. Ali fends that away one-handed, safely on the offside. How many times has Ali got to... where are we at? Well, that's a lot of numbers. That's 106, 107th time he's got to 50 in first-class cricket. So as things stand, he's got 65 50s. He's made 42 hundreds. Rushworth in, bowls. Ball played up to mid-off this time, no run there. It's the 5th match of the season for Durham. This is the 4th for Worcestershire. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, it's through to the keeper. Worcestershire lost last week to Notts. They've beaten Sussex and drawn with Leicestershire. Durham lost about half their game at Glamorgan because of hailstorms, and basically ran out of time on the final afternoon to try and get the wickets they needed to win that one. Well over 100 overs disappeared from that match. Glamorgan were 149 behind when they started their second innings as Rushworth bowls. This is pushed off to the covers, no run by Ali. And they started the morning, they lost 3 wickets in the morning, got to lunch, and they were 34 for 3, then only lost 1 wicket in the afternoon session, 136 for 4 by tea, and then eventually the teams shook hands on a draw. 68 overs had gone, and they were leading by that point by 71 runs. Rushworth in. Ball played down into the ground this time by Ali, and off towards point, no run there. In the game against Leicestershire, which ended in a draw, Leicestershire was set 395 to win. They batted the whole of the final day and only lost 2 wickets, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. That was a draw. Last week Durham fought back at Sussex to earn a draw, having been behind in that game for vast periods of it. The opening partnership last week was 313 from David Beddingham and Alex Lees, 1 short of equalling the best opening stand in a championship match for Durham, which had been against Notts in 2009. Rushworth again bowls. Ali forward, no run. Plays the ball back into the offside, and that's the end of the over.
Finals day where Worcestershire's women's rapids are in the final. In the semi-final they scored 216 for 3 off 20 overs. Georgina Macy and Amy Campbell both making 70. Shropshire restricted to 92 for 8. Sarah Lenz 85 for 15. So Worcestershire won by 124 runs. In the final they'll play Berkshire or Staffordshire.
They won a 2020 by 124 runs.
Handsome indeed.
Wow.
5 for Sarah Glenn. Into the final. Well played.
How do you win a T20 by 124 runs?
That's some going. .277 more needed by Worcestershire here. 62 overs left. Still these two at the crease. Azhar Ali on 60. Jack Haynes on 65.
Cheteshwar Pujara's innings for Sussex: 6, 201, 109, 12, 203, 16, 170. Not out. He got 203 against Durham last week. 170 not out today. If generally though we're seeing more and more high scoring games and these wickets are becoming more and more batsman friendly, then across the county championship it's going to take a big adjustment for all these teams to try and bowl sides out twice, isn't it? I mean, I just say fewer and fewer wins, more draws.
Yes, it's been very un-April like, hasn't it, in early May so far. Well, this wicket here is starting to resemble the ones we had last summer against Nottinghamshire here in Essex early on, as Matty Potts starts a new over, replacing Liam Travaskis from the Diglis end. First ball is ignored by Jack Haynes. It's 2 strips down from the pitch that produced the handsome win against Sussex in the previous home game. Potts bowls short and shovelled round the corner, all the way on the ground by Jack Haynes, and he's got it perfectly between the 2 fielders in the deep, waiting for the mistimed top edge. 4 more. He goes up to 69. 169 for 2. As Haynes eyes what would be his maiden championship 100 for Worcestershire. 97 is his best. Got that against Derbyshire here last season. holding out to a catch on the boundary off a long hop from the leg spin of Matt Critchley. Potts bowls to him, forward he comes, digs it out, opens the blade and steers it to point, and there's no run. Returning to form in some style today with his first 50 of the summer. Played well, of course, up at Trent Bridge. Got starts in both innings there. But him and Azhar have played the perfect hand for Worcestershire as they look to escape from this game. Blocking the next ball back up the pitch to the bowler. With a draw will be the first priority, and then they might have a look as time ticks on, and then they've still got plenty of wickets in hand, and they reckon that victory target might be worth having a dart at, and who knows.
Brings risk into the game though, isn't it?
Yep. There's still 8 points for a draw, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Potts bowls wide of the off stump and Haynes leaves alone. So with greater reward for a draw, and maybe that will swing the decision ultimately. In a game they've been behind pretty much from the word go. This is a terrific second innings fight back, carrying on the good work of their lower order in the first innings yesterday. Haynes waits for Potts, won't get a run here, guiding it to Peterson at short mid wicket. He throws it in and then holds his right shoulder. A bit of pain there, Keegan Peterson. But to end of the over, 169 for 2, 273 more needed, 61 overs left. 60 for Azhar Ali, 69 for Haynes.
Durham have got 8 bonus points from this game, so they got 3 bowling points and they got the maximum 5 batting points, but Worcestershire only got the 1 bowling point. They did get 3 batting points though, so they've picked up 4, then 8 for a draw. Chris Rushworth from the New Road end, running away from us. The ball to Azhar Ali, who's on 60. He comes in. Ali plays the ball out towards mid-off to Ben Stokes, who's wearing a wide-brimmed hat this afternoon. And for the first time today, I think shadows from the players as well. And the cloud has now broken up. Thought the overcast conditions might aid the bowlers this morning, but did anything but that. Rushworth turns. This is his 17th over. Comes in and bowls. Ali plays the ball back past the bowler, and it's collected by Potts just behind the stumps. Dot ball.
Here at New Road, Worcestershire 169 for 2 as they bid to save this game against Durham, and they played splendidly this morning without losing a wicket, and so far post lunch they're still doing very well. 169 for 2. Jack Haynes has 69, Azhar Ali has 60. There are 61 overs remaining in the day. That will be the target for Worcestershire primarily, not getting too carried away about needing another 273 to win. Going splendidly. 169 for 2.
So music bed just appeared.
There was no introduction there at all.
Nothing, was it?
No. That must be the a smart speaker.
Right, yeah.
Possibly.
I think our one's midday. Rushworth again. Comes in and bowls. Ball played off towards point, no run there. Yeah, the smart speaker bulletins are an interesting venture. When I have to do them when I'm reading the news, and then they're taken off and they're stored, so you can say to your smart speaker, "Play me the local Radio Newcastle news," and it'll.
Don't play with the out-of-date cricket score.
Yeah, and Rushworth in bowls through to the keeper. So the answer to that is if if it's a smart speaker bulletin, is to do the cricket update after it's finished, rather than during it, because then they'd have to go in and edit out the crickety bit, wouldn't they?
Unless you wanted to relive it hour by hour.
Yeah. Rushworth to Ali. Goes past the off stump and through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. And at the minute, although they're still out there and intact, 134 this partnership now from 309 balls. From a Durham point of view, there's not much going on.
No, they've got to just get their heads down, haven't they, and plug away until this second new ball. What are we, 58 overs? So another 22 overs to go before you get that.
It's obviously warming up out there. Ben Raines just ran on to collect a few sweaters off his teammates.
Yeah, lovely day now. Bright sunshine.
Nice drying day now, Dan, would you say?
I would say, yeah.
School uniforms on a Sunday normally, hanging on the line.
Yeah. Although my girls only wear their uniform twice in the week now.
Eh?
Yeah, I know. Their Potts wide outside the off stump starting a new over. Well, because they have PE twice a week.
Right, yeah.
And then Forest School the other day of the week.
The what?
Well, it's called Forest School, isn't it?
Forest School?
Forest School, yeah.
They go and live in a forest for a day.
Well, they have like outdoor activities, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah. Sort of, I don't know, mud kitchens and collect things, leaves, various bits of detritus, mini beasts.
I get abandoned in the house.
All I know is I have to send them in with their wellies.
Yeah.
169 for 2, and that almost grazes the outside edge of Jack Haynes' bat, who didn't look like he was interested in playing a shot there. So whether that followed him a little bit.
Yeah, I think it did.
It did. There was a little bit of a nudge towards the ball initially, but got out of the road just in time.
Our girls were, for the last year or so, were having to go in on the days they have PE in their PE kits.
Yeah, well, that's what we have to do.
Yeah, but that's now all changed.
Right.
The amount of kit they take to school these days.
As Potts turns, past the umpire, bowls, runs here. Well, no, there's a hesitation. It looked like there was a single there, but Azhar Ali wasn't interested at all. That was
what's going on there.
Yeah, to the right of Keegan Peterson. That was a simple single. They're having a chat now, the two Worcestershire batters, just to sort of clear the heads a bit and the communications. Yeah, I guess obviously because of COVID, we weren't letting the kids get changed, but that's understandable, I suppose, now that it saves so much time, doesn't it? Getting 35-year-olds dressed and in their kit and then back in their uniform. Take most of the afternoon. Potts bowls, that's guided down to third man nicely by Haynes. There's no one down there, so safe shot in the end as long as you can keep it down, which Haynes has done.
Vacant third man.
There we go.
What was the margin of
73.
victory in that T20? 124 runs, did we say? A few minutes ago.
Yeah, 122.
Yeah.
Was it something like that?
Philip Ray's emailed. He said, talking of large 2020 wins, he said in June 2018, Brandon won a T20 by 198 runs. Brandon scored 290 for 2. Carl Turner, former Durham man, 117 not out from 51 balls. Ryan Pringle, former Durham man, 107 not out from 49 balls.
Potts in. On the front foot is Haynes. He's not going to get a run here. Out to point. Fielded on the bounce by Dixon.
Pringle would have still been with Durham then as well. And their opponents that week were Whitburn, all out for 92. Well, Ryan Pringle smashed Whitburn around the park last week as well, I think, for who were they playing? Was it Brandon or Chestney Street? I can't remember who he was playing for now.
Potts bowls. Haynes won't get a run here. Defending off the back foot up to mid-on. End of the over. Another one goes by. 173 for 2. Haynes has 73. Azhar Ali has 60. 269 more runs needed. 59 overs remaining. 59 also gone in this Worcestershire second innings. Possibly as few as 43 overs left, depending on the state of play, obviously. ...21 overs away from the new ball. So there's still time for this game to turn again.
Rushworth, over number 18 for him. 2 for 33 so far. 10 maidens as well. Bowling to Ali. Ali defends. Ball runs up to Potts at mid-on. No run there. What was that?
Announcement for Ben Rain, the 12th man.
Where's he come on? I can't even see him, can you? He was collecting sweaters a minute ago.
If he's on, that's a quick change.
Oh, yeah.
Where is he then? Where's he? 44, isn't he?
Rushworth in. Cut out towards backward point. Diving stop from Dixon. No run. I cannot see where he is there.
Unless it was just a late announcement of him coming off with his deliveries. Well, he's not on the point.
field,
He's not at cover, is he? Or mid-off, or mid-on.
No.
He's not down there, is he?
Oh, is he way down at the far end there? Is that him? Rushworth in.
Surely that's Potts, isn't it?
This is Ben Rain coming around now to try and cut the ball off.
There he is.
Mid-wicket, he slides in and stops it as well. 2 runs. Good job we spotted him there, because he was suddenly involved in the action. And the reason we couldn't see him was because everybody else is miles away from where he is. He's standing in front of the very bottom corner of the family stand, sort of blending in with the colour of the seats, really.
He's down there at long leg, isn't he?
Rushworth in to bowl to Ali again. Oh, an edge, and it's gone along the floor, stopped by David Bellingham at first slip, but I don't think it was a catching chance. Didn't quite carry, I don't think. Stayed low and went through, but I don't think that was a drop.
Yeah, Eckersley up to the stumps now as well.
He's got the helmet on, so we've gone dot dot, the 2 there down to long leg, and then another dot. They're showing the replay, but I think by the time the ball's pitching, it's out of frame anyway here.
Yeah, we need to see it from the other end, don't we?
Yeah. I think it bounces between Borthwick and Bellingham. Bellingham dives behind Borthwick and stops it. Rushworth bowls. Oh, that's whacked into the keeper's gloves and bounced out again. And he's wringing his right hand out here. Ned Eckersley, and now he's decided standing up's a bit of a daft idea. He's gone back about 20 yards. Fingers will be black and blue. Now, a couple of matches ago, he had the helmet behind him and the ball went through him and hit the helmet, and it was 5 penalty runs. And this is Durham's 30th year, the 30th anniversary of first-class cricket. As Rushworth bowls, that goes through to the keeper. And
You're tell me that's the only time?
that is the first time they had conceded penalty runs. And I think during that period they'd benefited to the tune of about 90 of them. And I waited all my career to see it happen. And last year was the first time I saw the ball hit a helmet and Durham benefit from some of those runs, and then it's happened this year as well. Like buses, Dan.
Yes. What, don't arrive at all these days?
Yeah. When they privatised all the bus services deregulated all the bus services in 1987, there was this company started driving a route past the top of our estate.
Potts to continue from the Diglis end, right arm over, in he comes, it's full and driven beautifully through square cover Out to the boundary by Jack Haynes. That was full, it was wide. Haynes could get his hands through the ball there, and he steers it out to the boundary for another 4. He goes up to 77. That's his 15th 4, 179 for 2.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to the company, but it was called Catch a Bus, and the local joke was brackets if you can. And the nights I spent sitting on a wall at the top of our street with nothing coming along the road.
Catch a bus. Yeah, right. Potts. Past the umpire bowls. Better this time, better length and line. Up onto his back foot goes Haynes. Can't do anything with it. Back up the pitch and there's no run.
There was Busways was the sort of main company, and then they all sort of merged into each other, and it's sort of one firm runs everything around the country now, doesn't it, bus-wise?
Potts past the umpire, wide outside the off stump. No shot offered by Haynes.
Who's the company I'm thinking of? I've got buses in every town now.
In Worcester it was City Bus for years and years back in the day. Those Mercedes-Benz buses. It's not quite a bus, not quite a van.
Well, the ones that went into the little estates, like 14-seater jobs.
Yeah. Potts in. Inside edge down onto the front pad of Haynes, and it trickles out to Travaskis at cover, who jogs in. No run.
Stagecoach, that's what I'm thinking of. First Bus and Arriva are the 3 biggies these days.
Midland Red.
Norman says Ryan Pringle's now playing his club cricket at Burnmoor.
Here comes Potts up to the blue stumps and bowls, and Haynes covers up outside his off stump and plays it up to Stokes at mid-off. No run.
Norman says, thanks for mentioning my village team, Anfield Plain, losing 19-0 at Darlington Town. 19-0 was it? I thought it was 20, but on their official Twitter feed, the last goal it records is 19, but
Potts wide outside the off stump, left alone again by Haynes.
I think Anfield Plain's Neil Colleen, the Durham coach. That's where his family live around that area. Otis Gibson, who's now Yorkshire's coach, isn't he? He lives up there somewhere.
End of the over here, 179 for 2. 57 overs left in the day. 263 the target.
Or how many?
41. If it's not very interesting, an hour before the scheduled close, we'll have a handshake and off we'll go. Thank you very much.
Back up the M5.
How long is it going to take you to get home?
Oh, I don't know.
Are you stopping?
Well, I don't know. I might stop at Wetherby. Something on the way back to see what the crack is. I'll stop somewhere. I'll probably need to get fuel at some point as well anyway. Rushworth, New Road End, bowling to Ali. Through to the keeper it goes.
We'll have nice weather for it, hopefully.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any Sunday night roadworks to ruin my mood.
Oh, it's bound to be.
Do they come back on a Sunday?
They will for you, Martin, won't they? Inevitable.
That lovely moment where you're coming up the motorway and you see the sign lane closed, and then you realise that actually it's not one lane.
It's all of
Cars
them.
are going into another lane and then another lane, and suddenly you're driving off a slip road.
Yeah.
I was thinking, where am I going now? Rushworth bowls through to the keeper.
And if you're lucky, you'll have diversion signs, won't you?
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. Big if.
I end up doing a lap around the back of Stockton where there used to be a Spitfire factory. There's a roundabout with a Spitfire on it in Stockton.
Right. Bit like outside Heathrow Airport. Not a Spitfire, but it's a, whatever it is, 737. Same sort of idea. If not the nostalgia.
Rush within, bowls. Keeper takes it. We've got in our presence today a royal visit from a private island in Thailand. Dave Townsend. And unusually for Dave, he turned up just before lunch, which is first time I ever met him. He was munching sandwiches in the press box at Lord's. Nobody knew who he was. So Rushworth comes in and bowls. Played up towards short mid-wicket. No run. They're clearly not in any hurry to chase this massive total here, Worcestershire, are they? It's all about just batting the day out at the moment.
Well, it's still quite a long way away, isn't it? 263, that's a lot of runs. But yeah, they'll just have their eyes on that 57.
Rushworth turns. Comes in past the umpire and bowls. Ali forward to it, plays it out into the covers, no run there.
It's just difficult to know what else they can do, isn't it, until this new ball.
Oh, that's a long way off though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Still
19
overs or 18 overs.
Yeah, but spin hasn't really done much.
No.
Rushworth looks a bit innocuous, dare I say.
Comes in again and bowls. Cut by Ali, past point. Fielder did get a hand on it. I'll get 2 runs though. End of the over. 181 for 2. Ali moves on to 64, and this partnership continues to build. It is now 144 from 332,000 balls.
Yeah, we've had that one chance, haven't we? The edge through to Bedingham at slip off Liam Travaskis after lunch.
Yeah, Haynes was on 61 at the time. 77 he has now.
Couldn't quite hang on. Sharp chance.
Oh yeah, that was when he was on. What was he on when he? Is that the one when he pulled it to mid wicket? You mean?
No, I mean the edge.
Oh, right,
the slips. Or slip.
He was on 53 when he pulled that chance to mid wicket, but it was only about a quarter of a chance for Travaskis, wasn't it? Could only get part of a hand on it.
Yeah. Travaskis back into the attack. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6 so far. Here he comes, left arm around the wicket, throws it up there, and Haynes comes forward, smothering it out to the covers, and there's no run. Short leg, and Bedingham in at slip. Has Bedingham got a Durham cap on top of his sun hat? He has, doesn't he?
It's a new fashion.
It's a good look. Travaskis is ready, in he comes. Bit flatter this one and quicker, and onto the back foot is Haynes, turning it out to mid wicket. Through they trot. 78 he has now. 182 for 2. Brings Azhar Ali down. 64. Was running neck and neck with Haynes for quite a while, but now he's 14 runs behind. He's got 64, facing up to Travaskis and defending it back to the bowler. All about survival. Ticking those overs off. Short leg has come a bit straighter for Azhar Ali. Almost in his peripheral vision. And he defends this next delivery out to the covers. No run. Travaskis receiving the ball. Here he comes. Bit short. Onto the back foot goes Azhar Ali, and he cracks it through the covers for 4. Bit of width, too short, and lots of time for Azhar Ali to rock back and cream it through the covers. He goes up to 68, 186 for 2. His 9th for
150 partnership.
Yeah, 150 up now between these two.
What was the record? Was it
171 is the record. So there quite yet.
338 balls.
Travaskis last ball of his over. Lots of air in this one. Turned into a full toss by Azhar Ali, but he could only steer it to Ben Stokes at mid-off. End of the over. 186 for 2. Azhar has 68. Haynes has 78. 256 more needed. 55 overs left.
Following at the new road, flat Salisbury.
So a change. Rushworth has gone off. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4. Salisbury's coming on. His second spell of this final day. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12 prior to this. $186 for 2.
Matt Salisbury back in then. 63 overs with this ball, and they haven't taken a wicket since last night in the 7th over. 54 overs ago. 55 overs ago. This is defended from Salisbury.
Lovely afternoon now. Best part of the day after a cloudy, dark morning.
Salisbury bowls and it's defended. Goes out on the offside, no run.
It was a bit of a surprise we actually started on time, it was so dark. But we did. And lovely now. A few more in as well, in front of the hotel.
That's played up to mid-off this time, no run there. $186 for 2. In comes the bowler. It's pushed off towards backward point. No run there.
Other latest scores for you in Division 2. Middlesex chasing 314 more runs to win. They're 56 for 1 at Sussex. And Glamorgan 59 for 2.
Played out through the covers and across to, it's been misfielded, across towards Ben Stokes at mid-off. He was already trying to throw it back to the stumps before he got it, and it's gone through him. And they get an extra run there, 2 runs.
59 for 2, needing 91 more to beat Leicestershire, having bowled them out for 266 in their second innings. Into the first division, the champions Warwickshire 103 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Lancashire by 57.
Salisbury bowls. No run. Ball played back towards him.
Don Sibley, who got 100 in the first innings, 142 not out, has been dismissed for 41 this time round. Gloucestershire 207 for 5, needing another 161 to beat Hampshire. That match is bubbling up for an interesting finish. Essex 62 without loss, batting second against Yorkshire. So they've wiped out the deficit there. Scores are level. Alistair Cook 43 not out. Joe Root making 75 yesterday. And Harry Brook, by all accounts, a very stylish 123. Drinks here at New Road.
Yeah, I'll have one.
End of the over. 188 for 2. 54 overs left. Still no wicket for Durham.
48. No. 38. Two 0 to Arsenal. Who's he shouting that to? Leeds are down to 10 men as well, I think.
An update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners shortly. Worcestershire continue to edge their way to safety here. 188 for 2 in their second innings, needing to bat all day to escape the prospect of being beaten by Durham. And they've been behind in this game pretty much from the word go, but Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have batted splendidly today. Durham have not taken a wicket. Haynes has 80, looking for his first championship 100 for Worcestershire. Azhar Ali's already notched his maiden 50 for his new county. He's got 68, and this partnership is 153. They're closing in on a county record against Durham for the third wicket. They're going well. 188 for 2. They need 254 more runs for a very unlikely victory, but more likely they'll bat out these 54 overs to escape with a draw. That was an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners. The show's coming live from the Three Counties showground this afternoon. Scoreboard's had a bit of a meltdown. Has Martin been fiddling with the controls? It says Worcestershire 0 for 2. Martin leaves us, and Dave Townsend is going to join us. Afternoon to you, Dave.
Afternoon, Dan. Lovely afternoon.
It is, yeah.
Set off this morning from Morton in Marsh. I thought, oh, it's a bit grey, it's a bit miserable, it's a bit cold. And it was when I got here.
It was awful this morning.
The clouds have lifted.
Yes.
Still a few fluffy ones in the distance behind the cathedral there, but what a lovely afternoon for watching cricket. It's a shame there's not a bit more tension in the game at the moment, isn't there? A little bit more.
Yeah, it's drifting. I mean, the home side won't mind about that, but they've batted really well today. But this pitch here is not really doing Durham any favours in their hunt to try and chip out these last 8 wickets.
I thought they've been very disciplined with their bowling, haven't they, Durham? They've been plugging away. Chris Rushworth particularly got 1 or 2 to just bounce a little bit, and I think he struck Azhar Ali a rather painful blow just after lunch that had him hobbling away to the to square leg. I'll leave it to
that made everyone's eyes water.
Well, I'm sure it made his eyes water. Everybody else was having a chuckle about it. Oh, chuckle about that, don't they?
Everyone seems to, yeah.
Yeah, but the only person who doesn't chuckle is the sufferer.
Yeah, true enough. Liam Travaskis is going to continue. It's coming over the wicket, slight change of angle to Azhar Ali, who's onto the back foot, cuffing it through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple here, won't quite go to the fence. It's hauled in, 2 more to the total. And Worcestershire needed these 2 to come good, Dave, and they've done just that, haven't they?
Yeah, I think when you set that big a target, it really is a question of just batting out for the draw, isn't it?
Travaskis bowls. Azhar comes forward, almost threatens to cause mischief and trickle between his legs and towards the stumps, but he managed to sort his feet out just in time. He's got 70 from 178 deliveries. Travaskis in again. Exaggerated forward defensive stroke from Azhar, pushing it out to the covers, and there's no run. Scott Borthwick doing the fielding there, the Durham skipper. Travaskis keeping low.
Quicker delivery.
Some of those keep low. I mean, that's the one thing that they can put doubt in the batters' minds is the variable bounce, which we have seen particularly, almost exclusively from that Diglis end actually. Rushworth last night was a bit of a menace. There's just like outside edge to this next delivery from Travaskis from the bat of Azhar Ali, but it's controlled. Hits point, no run, 1 ball to go, 190 for 2. Short leg and slip, the close catches. Travaskis bowls, safely defended back out to the covers, picked up by Borthwick. Another over goes by, 190 for 2, 252 the target, but 53 overs left.
Yeah, you talk about variable bounce, but it's been very mild variable bounce, if there is such a thing, isn't it? 1 or 2 have kept low.
Yeah, I mean, it did
a little bit low.
Jake Libby did him last night with one that kept a bit low from Rushworth.
And Rushworth has had a couple that have just bounced just a little bit more after lunch. Got up, and I think Azhar Ali tends to play a little bit low with his hands anyway, and he's found himself making adjustments. But they've full credit to them, to the 2 Worcestershire players. They've walked out there at the start of play. They're still there now, doing a great job for their side. Time-wise, we're just about halfway through the day's play, and I suppose if you're being ultra critical, and I am ultra critical at times, you'd say they could have perhaps looked for a few more runs and maybe just kept the target in interest. But the number one priority is to keep the wickets intact.
Salisbury bowls. Well, doesn't bowl actually, does he? Keeps the ball in hand, lost his rhythm, or just didn't feel quite right at the delivery stride, so he bails out.
Something wasn't quite right there, was it? Most of us fooled. I think the batsman was playing a shot.
Has a word with Ben Stokes and Chris Rushworth, who are at mid-off and mid-on respectively. So Salisbury will try again. His 9th over of this second innings. In he comes. It's wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Haynes, who's on 80, 20 away from what would be his first championship 100 for Worcestershire.
Rather conservative declaration, I thought, by Durham yesterday, and my immediate thought was always that maybe that's not great news for Stokes' England captaincy if he's going to be cautious like that.
Salisbury bowls, it's full and driven nicely out through the covers. Won't be 4 because there's a man on the boundary out in the deep just in front of the other digital scoreboard.
And then my second thought, of course, is that Stokes isn't captain in Durham, so I had to think again.
He's got a bigger captaincy job on his lap at the moment, hasn't he?
Yeah.
2 runs that was, incidentally, for Haynes. Goes up to 82.
Be interesting to see, won't it, how he goes, because if you like, his 2 all-round superstars that have preceded him in the England team, Ian Botham and Freddie Flintoff, neither of them had good spells as captain. In fact, you could say both of them were pretty disastrous as captain, weren't they?
Both of them was young, wasn't he, when he got it? And I suppose, well, one thing everyone says about Stokes, apart from his obvious talent, is he's got a good cricket brain, hasn't he?
Yes.
So
Yes.
maybe he's more suited to captaincy than either of those two. Who knows? Salisbury past the umpire and bowls, and again doesn't require a shot from Haynes, who's quite happy to let that fly through to Travaskis.
Can't think who else they could have given it to.
No, not really. Not really.
You're struggling for options. Poor
Yeah.
old Joe Root. I mean, he did everything he could, didn't he? In fact, including averaging about sort of
5 million.
something like that.
Yeah, so he couldn't do any more with the bat, could he?
And he took wickets. He did everything.
He's the prime spinner as well, yeah. Salisbury past the umpire bowls. It's a bit short. I think that's inside edged. And how's that carried to Travaskis? It was Ned Eckersley, rather. It was a fiendishly difficult catch. If it did carry, inside edge, went down low to his left.
Yeah, he was going the wrong way as well.
Yeah.
So it's
Give him the benefit of the doubt there.
you usually tell in those situations with the reactions of the other fielders, can't you? And don't think there's too much an Eckersley
Yeah.
himself.
I'm not sure that carried. Good stop in the end. 193 for 2. Salisbury turns, runs away from us now, and bowls and wide, too wide really. Azhar Ali not interested. Through to Eckersley. 70 from 183 balls. 193 for 2. Did you see any of Stokes's efforts on Friday morning?
Only on social
Yeah,
media.
yeah.
So it was pretty brutal. Brutal being the right word,
Yeah,
perhaps.
that's fair enough, yeah. Last ball of the over. Salisbury bowls. That's better. Requires a shot at least anyway, but that's nicely played by Azhar Ali. Just opens the face of the bat at the last minute and guides it down through backward point. And that runs away for 4. Always 4 as soon as it pierced the infield. 197 for 2 at the end of that over. Azhar Ali up to 74. 52 overs left. 245. The target for victory. Still 8 wickets needed for Durham as it was before the start of play.
Yeah, the one thing you can say about a day like today, when there hasn't been a great deal of action, there hasn't been a a clatter of wickets or whatever, it's the home side that are actually out there batting and not giving their wickets away. So the majority of the crowd here will be quite content with that the home side are just nudging their way towards a draw and a share of those points.
And it could change like that, couldn't it?
It could change, but do you know what I mean? It's when,
Yeah.
it's when if it was Worcestershire trying to bowl Durham out in the same situation, the fans would be getting a little bit, oh God, come on, let's do something. You know?
We might have to turn down the effects mic, something like that, if it was the other way around. This one's padded away by Haynes, the first delivery.
Not a great crowd in here today, but it's spread around the ground. I went and had a sit down at the far end there.
Travaskis bowls, and forward comes Haynes. Most of them are probably lying down in a darkened room after seeing what Stokes did on Friday morning. Extraordinary. Travaskis staying over the wicket and no shot offered again by Haynes. That's a safe approach, safe-ish anyway, with it pitching outside the right-hander's leg stump.
As I think Marty put on social media, that Stokes, the first batsman to hit 17 sixes in one innings in the county championship, which was pretty remarkable.
Travaskis bowls and defended by Haynes. It was one of his sixes that went flat over cover. That was kind of the most
Exercise.
sort of head scratching. And how has he managed to do that? And they didn't bowl badly at him. That was the other thing. Travaskis bowls. No run here. Blocked back up to the bowler. It wasn't as if they were bowling both sides of the wicket and short and wide, and they didn't send down any rubbish particularly.
He can just be playing cricket on a different plane, can't he?
He certainly was. And the set ball to finish the over is just blocked back to the bowler from Jack Haynes. Worcestershire quite happy just to tootle along here. 197 for 2. Azhar Ali 74. Jack Haynes has 83. This partnership now is approaching almost record levels for the third wicket against Durham. 171 is the target to beat, so they're 10 away from doing that, these two. And given the state of the wicket and the way they're going, well, it looks like it's
Oh, careful now.
right, quite right.
Careful.
Still a long way away.
Yeah, I think it would be
There you
odds on
Yeah.
it happening. But it's always dangerous, that, isn't it? Of course, it's
Oh,
nothing at all to do with the
No.
commentators, but we get in for it.
Salisbury, new over, bowls. Oh, and as he dropped, I think he is at gully, steered straight to him by Azhar Ali. Oh dear me, put it down.
Yeah,
That was a
definitely.
chance.
Just watch the. You see the body language there. That's.
Is that Bedingham there? It's almost catching practice, steered straight to him.
It was travelling because it's come out of his hands and gone away to. Did it actually get to the boundary? I think it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's got. There was a fair bit of power in it, but first-class cricketers should be catching that. Oh dear, that would have you.
Oh no. That's a nice looking stroke from Jack Haynes. Yeah, it didn't go for 4, did it? Because it was Haynes on strike.
I just pulled up
a
inside.
single.
But he would have.
I mean, that would have been
your
the case.
fault.
Yeah, it would have been.
Your fault. Yeah.
It's, as you said, how does that work? How do my words ripple out across the ether
Well,
and
it's good.
cause that? I didn't realise I had that much influence.
They're
I should
great,
use
aren't
it to better effect.
These little sort of nonsenses in the game.
199 for 2, a life for Azhar Ali on 74. He's stroking this next one out to deep cover point. Through he comes for a single. That's the 200 up for Worcestershire. 200 for 2. No wickets lost today. Azhar has 76. Jack Haynes has 84.
I mean, there are football fans who believe their team won't win unless they wear a certain shirt on a
I know,
Saturday and
yeah.
that sort of thing as well.
Yeah. Wear the same socks. Salisbury bowls wide of the off stump. No shot offered.
Commentators curse. He's going to be bowling almost everything wide of the off stump at the moment. So he's bowling to a 7-2 field, no fine legs. So he can't afford really to put anything near the pads.
Well, we've seen some fields in this match. I mean, when Stokes was teeing off, everyone was on the boundary edge.
We're a few up in the stands waiting for a catch.
Yeah, few in Cripplegate Park behind us. And the next delivery, there's some oohs and ahs. That flashes just outside the outside edge of Haynes through to Eckersley.
I wonder how batsmen are going down to have a little chat now. Particularly Azhar Ali just strode down towards Haynes to have a quick word there. And maybe after 3 hours batting today's, concentration's just maybe wavering a little bit for a couple of minutes and needs to get his focus back. He knows the ball's going to be outside the off stump. You can leave it alone if you want to.
Last ball of Salisbury's over. That's exactly. You're the reverse of the commentator's curse. What is that?
Yeah, well, I think that's probably the very experienced Azhar
Yes.
Ali who just said, look, come on, you've got your 100 in sight here. You're on to, what is he, 84. You don't want to miss out on that. You've done the hard work. Yes, let's settle down. He wants to bowl out there. Let him bowl out there. You've got another 3 hours to get these remaining 16 runs that you need for that 100.
See, that's a very helpful input from your batting partner, isn't it? Where usually it's like, don't get out. You nearly hit that, mate. Don't get out. It's a game to be saved here.
But it was interesting to see as soon as he flashed at that and missed it. He was off down the pitch, wasn't he? As soon as the ball hit the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Yeah, it's been a characteristic of these two actually, because when there has been any slight wobble, they have got together almost immediately to have a quick chat.
Talking of a slight wobble, Marty's walking back in.
Travaskis bowls the new over, starts a new over. Azhar Ali on 76, knocks it off the back foot up to the covers, and there's no run. My 5-year-old would say, "How very rude of you." Did he even give you a
Your
look?
5-year-old would be right as well.
Travaskis bowls, bit of air, back up to the pitch.
He's recovering from his nasty fall a couple of weeks ago. You know, he's sort of.
Yeah. Has he told you about the deck shoes?
Oh yes. Apparently they were sort of got bit platforms
crikey.
on them or something.
Yeah. Travaskis bowls.
He
Azhar
made
Ali
them sound
drops it
like
out the
something
way.
that Noddy Holder would have worn in the 1970s. You know, so.
Made it sound like he had tennis rackets on his feet, didn't he? Really. Apparently no, just some innocent Spanish, but they Spanish bought, weren't they, Martin? Yeah. Defended by Azhar Ali back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Shouldn't be sprinting across roads at his age. He really shouldn't. Those days are gone. You know. I have to remind myself as well.
Travaskis still over the wicket, the slow left armour driven back to him by Azhar Ali.
But he survived it, so he's.
He did.
Which is good to hear. Can't have Durham's #1 commentator out of action for too long. He missed the trip down to Hove.
That was the first one he'd missed since one of his daughters was born. His last daughter, I think. This is squeezed out just through Keegan Peterson at short leg.
Quite possibly. Did he miss one when Astrid was born? Oh, he did.
That's the one.
He did. Yeah. Oh well, fair enough. But that's.
It was the last time Durham won in the opening game of the season as well. That wasn't it?
I don't know whether you picked that up on the mic. But yeah, and it was a trip to Hove as well. If it had been a trip to, you know, to the Rose Bowl or Cardiff or somewhere, you'd have thought he'd have almost flung himself at the pavement to get out of going down there. Hove, you don't miss out on a trip to Hove if you can.
Certainly not.
That's a lovely little ground, isn't it?
Yes, very nice. New over, and Salisbury bowls it and edged down into the ground towards the slips. It's fielded and no run. 200 for 2. Worcestershire need another 242 to win, but 49.
Marty's just confirmed that was a drop in the last over from.
It looked
the
like
last
a drop.
over. Yeah.
Beddingham, was it? Yeah.
It was a tough chance. He did hit it. You know, he did hit it cleanly. We weren't very quickly to him, but we thought he should have taken it, Marty.
Salisbury past the umpire. Bowls, and a puff of dust erupts from the batting creases. Haynes tries to dig that one out. Through it goes to Eckersley. Marty thinks he should have caught it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think we all think he should have caught it, but it wasn't. You know, it wasn't a dolly.
Peterson's come in a bit tighter at cover, certainly catching for anything on the up from the batters. That's left alone outside the off stump from Haynes. Patiently edging towards what would be a first red ball 100 for Worcestershire. Got a brilliant 100 in the one-day cut down at Essex. His first 100 for the county last summer, 153 not out. 97 the closest he's got in the championship. Here against Derby. Salisbury into him now and left alone again through to Eckersley, as that's all he has to do. He can just afford to just let those go by all day. 48 overs left after this one. 242 still the academic victory target, really. Still a lot of runs, that. And edging towards that record stand for the third wicket. Salisbury bowls outside the off stump, ignored again by Haynes.
Do you think they might just look to whittle it down to something, you know, see where they are at tea? Hopefully 2 wickets down from a Worcestershire point of view. then just up the tempo a little bit after tea, and then have a look at, say, a final 20 over dash, if you like. 160 off the last 20. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
Taster, last ball of the over. It's driven all the way along the ground up to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. I think personally they'll be absolutely thrilled to come out of this with a draw. So I'd be surprised if they remotely entertain something a bit more expansive, but you never know. Yeah, but if they're still only 2 down, they've got plenty in the tank, haven't they?
You got 242 or 48 overs. Now that's, in one day cup terms, that's
a stroll.
Pretty gettable. The difference being that in the first class game you can have as many fielders as you like on the boundary. You can restrict runs. You can chuck a couple down the leg side, and
as we've seen already,
that sort of thing. But just nudge away, up the tempo a little bit. Look for a couple of quick singles. The fielders have been out there for a long time without any success. And just get it to somewhere near, that what would be a T20 target, and then have a little dash at it.
Travaskis starting a new over. On the sweep is Azhar Ali. Has he got that fine enough? He has. Past the man out at deep backward square. Plenty on that as well. And he goes up to 80 now with that boundary. Maybe
the upping of the tempo, nothing spectacular, but that'll come when these two go to their centuries, if they get that far. Could that be the commentator's curse?
No, you're the other opposite of that, so you can say what you like. Travaskis bowls and he tries to repeat Azhar Ali, and he doesn't quite get it so fine. He's in fact got it perfectly for Chris Rushworth, who's down there around the corner. So just a single this time. They got funky with their fields again, Durham. Short leg slip and a leg slip in as well for Travaskis. 205 for 2. Azhar up to 81.
Yeah, left arm over the wicket, and he's not going to get anything outside the off stump with just the 3 in there.
Forward comes Haynes. And there's no run.
So an arc of 3, it's a little more a line of 3, isn't it, on the offside? Just. And none of them particularly far from the bad.
Travaskis, slight pause, in he comes, gives this one a bit more air. And Haynes defending it back to him. They're 1 run away now from equalling the county record for the 3rd wicket against Durham. Travaskis throws this one a bit higher as well. There's a bit of a misfield, and they are going to run on that slight error from Matty Potts. Didn't pick it up cleanly one-handed.
No, and he was being covered as well, so he actually deflected it wide of mid-off behind him and enabled them to get through. Batsmen have just had a chat. I wonder whether Haynes knows that they've equalled the record, and he's saying, come on, let's set a new one.
Saying, don't get run out. 1 ball left, Travaskis.
Ooh,
and
what's happened there?
On the back foot is Azhar Ali, just about keeping that out.
Beaten for length there, was he? The length a bit wrong.
Yeah, it was hurried in the end, wasn't he? End of the over, 206 for 2. Haynes has 85, Azhar Ali has 81. And they've equalled the highest partnership for the 3rd wicket for Worcestershire against Durham. So they join Graham Hick and Ben Smith's mark here 20 years ago. 47 overs left in the day. Haynes on strike, 15 away from 100. Goes through a bit of aerobics as he waits for Salisbury's new over. Again, it's outside the off stump, so has nothing to do with it. Through to Eckersley, 2 slips and a gully. There's a man on the point boundary.
Well, one of the slips is coming out now to Sort of backward point, very deep gully. Odd position that.
Yeah. Salisbury bowls. Haynes forward solidly out to Peterson in that short catching position at cover.
If it was a slow bowl, you'd probably call that short third man, wouldn't you?
So he's gone from the slips out to sort of backward point. But what's he there? Saving one.
Looking for the lofted drive, perhaps?
Salisbury in. This is in the block hole. Jab down. It's an attempted save by Eckersley, but he hasn't managed to take it cleanly. They will come through for a single. I thought it'd come off the bat. Jabbed it down in time. Yes, it had.
And that's the record.
So there it is. The record stand. As predicted by you, Dave.
Did I?
Yeah. You said it would happen. And it did. It came to pass. 172. So a new county record for Worcestershire against Durham for the third wicket. Salisbury in. Forward comes Azhar Ali. There's no run here.
I think if I'd have predicted that first thing this morning, it would have been quite impressive. But predicting it about 20 minutes ago with 160 already accumulated.
I don't think so, because when I said these batsmen are looking well set to bat all day, and then Azhar Ali steers it straight to Beddingham.
He did.
So we need your yang to my yin, definitely. Otherwise it would all fall to bits. Driven by Azhar Ali. The boot of Salisbury does the work.
Oh, you've got something to tell your listeners at 3 o'clock or whatever, haven't you?
Yeah. Or will they come to me at 3? I don't know, on a Sunday.
Does it suddenly appear in
It
your
does,
ears?
it just appears. And there was one an hour ago where I just got a bed of music, which we sort of quickly worked out must have been the smart speaker bulletin. Wide outside the off stump from Salisbury. Azhar Ali leaves alone. End of the over.
I love that though, when you're sitting there commentating, chatting away like this, and all of a sudden you hear in your ears, and David Townsend brings us the latest.
Actually, you've got like half an hour warning there. I sometimes get the last syllable of my second name.
Oh well.
Or at 2 o'clock if it's a smart, so I don't get anything at all. But Max, back in the studio, sort of shouted down the line, you can speak now, Dan. Dan, speak. Speak. Please speak. So it was all right in the end. Until I spoke. 207 for 2. 235 needed. 46 overs left. Still 8 wickets needed for Durham. I will get a bit of an intro here. And Worcestershire still have not lost a wicket today as they inch towards safety here against Durham. 207 for 2. Azhar Ali on 81 and Jack Haynes on 86 have batted splendidly today, and they've created a new county record against Durham for the third wicket. It's now with 172, beating the old mark, 171 between Graham Hick and Ben Smith here at New Road 20 years ago. And off that, Worcestershire at the moment look odds on to get out of this game with at least a draw. 208 for 2. They're still 234 runs from what would be an incredible victory, but more likely only 46 more overs to get through for them to get out of this game with a draw. 208 for 2. Travaskis bowls, bit of air, driven by Azhar Ali. Runs here out through the covers. That should be 2. Won't come back for a third as Matty Potts does the fielding.
That's very good, Dan. Got everything in there.
I think I did, didn't I? I got the record.
Yeah. Number of overs left.
I missed the Beddingham catch chance.
Oh, well.
No, not important, is it?
Only an update, wasn't it?
Yeah. .210 for 2 in comes Travaskis. An extra coast catcher has gone in and now got a silly point. Silly point, short leg and a slip. Well, they did have a leg slip, didn't they? So same number of catches but slightly different formation. Azhar Ali on 83, waiting for this one. Won't get a run here, tickles it round the corner, but to the man on the 45.
Yeah, they've stuck at it, Durham, haven't they? It's frustrating when you don't take a wicket for this long, but
The heads haven't gone down, the body language has stayed good.
and they're trying different things.
Travaskis in, a bit quicker, fielded by Peterson at short leg.
Trying different sensible things as well, rather than just mindlessly banging in short balls. Or
They tried the short stuff this morning, didn't they, with Stokes primarily?
Yeah, but it wasn't. What should we say? It wasn't outlandish, was it? It wasn't every single delivery short. It was.
Travaskis bowls, just padded away by Azhar. Yeah, we had sort of almost body line fields last night with a short leg, a leg gully, another man on the leg side close in. When Stokes and Potts were peppering these two last night, they came through that working over and they've reaped the rewards today. Worcestershire yet to lose a wicket, 210 for 2.
Long time ago now, that body line. Soon be it's 89 year, was it? 1933.
33, wasn't it? 33, 34.
Yep. What else happened around that time? That famous series out in Australia when the crowd nearly ran onto the pitch at Adelaide, and was it Bert Oldfield was struck with the ball
on the head, wasn't he? Yeah. Ended up in.
You know what else happened that month?
No.
Hitler. It wasn't my birth. No.
How very rude of you again.
Well, that was Marty's.
Yeah.
So he gets a.
There should be a buzzer here.
Yeah, he gets a very simple one back.
Salisbury, new over from the New Road end, and that's a cracking ball. There is still something there every now and again. Just keeping the Worcestershire batters on their toes. That was very close to the outside edge of Haynes, even though he's got 87 and been in for 201 deliveries. 210 for 2.
Come on, how good's your history? First few weeks of 1933.
Hit the cane to power.
Exactly. Used the body line as a sort of, the whole world was looking at the body line series. And he slipped to power. Slipped under.
Forward comes Haynes. Well, there's no run out to Peterson. That short cover.
Never really been into cricket, have they?
The Germans.
They've got a reasonable side now for European standards.
Nor rugby.
No. Both sort of physical games. Hurling a leather object at somebody's head from 20 yards. You think the Germans would like that sort of thing? They'd be in for that, wouldn't they?
Salisbury in, bowling and right in the block hole, dug out up to mid-on.
Not these days, of course, but back in the past.
If only they'd had the same approach to football.
Yes. Indeed.
Although who else might England have played in 66 then?
Well, they didn't play Germany in 66.
Well,
it was West Germany. So they only played half of Germany. They struggled to beat half of Germany.
Yeah. Salisbury in, wide outside the off stump, and left by Haynes. But half of Germany had their revenge in Mexico, didn't they, in 1970?
It was still half then, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, indeed. God, I remember watching that. You see, I'm old enough to remember that was the game that England won and then somehow managed to lose.
Yes. Took off Bobby Charlton, and that was,
saved him for the next game.
Yeah. Which was what, for Manchester United, presumably. Forward comes Haynes.
Would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah. As it turned out. It was saving him for the semi-final. It's quarter-final, that wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Bobby Charlton. Great player. From the northeast, of course, Marty will tell you. And Jack Charlton, obviously, and his brother. I think they were Geordies rather than Mackhams, though, weren't they?
I think so, yeah. Salisbury to finish the over. Full, driven by Haynes. Fielded on his follow-through by Salisbury. 13 overs for him now. 4 maidens, none for 29. It's the 0 columns all round in the wickets for Durham that will be the concern at the moment. Travaskis, none for 22 from 13 overs. As Worcestershire continue to edge towards safety here. Rushworth with the 2 wickets yesterday, but Matty Potts 6 wickets in the first innings, none in the second. Stokes none for 31, he's only bowled 10 overs. Azhar Ali 83, Haynes 87. 210 for 2, 44 overs left now.
Can't see any result really other than a draw at this stage.
No.
1 wicket brings a second wicket, as the old saying goes, but even then Worcestershire are only 4 wickets down, and the guys at the pavilion are looking at this and they're thinking the wicket's flat. You know, they're not thinking, gee, these 2 are batting well to survive. You know, and that gives them confidence.
Travaskis starts a new over, kicked away by Azhar Ali.
In fact, most of them will be wanting to get in there and get a few, I won't say easy runs, but you know, they'll be fancying anyone in there now will be fancying a 50 for themselves if they're walking out.
Travaskis bowls again, kicked away, caught by Peterson. Yeah, they've all got runs, the batters, to come. Brett D'Oliveira, Ed Barnard, 100 partnership in the first innings. Joe Leach with a half century. I'll get a single here, just turned past Keegan Peterson at short leg by Azhar Ali. Through they come, he goes up to 84, 211 for 2. And then the tail of Worcestershire really hung around yesterday. 9, 10 and 11 all batting for over an hour. Travaskis bowls, and this will be a single out to Rushworth from Haynes through mid-wicket.
That would have been a clear indication that the pitch was hadn't got the demons in it. I mean, it didn't have, obviously, when Stokes was going burlesque, 500 odd for 5.
Travaskis bowls, forward comes Azhar, keeps it down. Fielded by Peterson.
Do you think we ought to let the good folk of Durham hear Marty's dulcet tones again? He's had a little rest.
Have you got a 3:30, Martin? No.
You have, haven't you?
Well, I don't know. This is the thing, Dave. I don't know. I'll just get a jingle from the Three Counties showground, and then probably a whisper down the line. But I'm happy to let Martin come back in.
Oh well, you want me to stay on it?
Stay if you want. Do you want to stay?
Well, I suppose. I haven't commentated with Marty for years.
Oh, there you go then.
So
right, more from Dave Townsend then it'll be Marty.
And hang on, he's changing. Lots of equipment things going on, and out on the field we've got Scott Borthwick going to give it a twiddle with his leg spin. First look at him for me today. Is this his first bowl in the innings, Martin?
Yeah.
You'd have thought perhaps he might have come on a little bit earlier, wouldn't you?
I don't know, he seems to be reluctant to bowl himself at times. Anyway, Durham needs something to happen here. They fashioned one half chance, a chance which Bellingham put down. The half chance before that was an edge which went between him and Borthwick, but there's been absolutely nothing doing for them today. And now I'm caught round your knee or something there. was the garter on your shin, I think. In comes Borthwick again, and that's driven out through towards the cover boundary by Haynes for 1 as he moves on to 89.
You think with the leg spinner on, is it something might happen always, don't you, with leg spinners?
It's very difficult to imagine anything happening here today.
Adds a little bit of excitement to the game.
Can he fashion something? As Ali's will face him in a sec once he's finished his stretching exercises in his crease. Got 2 men on the leg side boundary towards the ladies' pavilion. And that's played off the back foot this time by Ali, off towards the scoreboard and the river side of the ground. Paul Bennett's emailed, "Hi Marty, to enforce or not to enforce the follow-on?" You have to assume Worcestershire would have found batting as easy as Durham in the 3rd innings, although perhaps not at 7 and over. In comes Borthwick again, played off towards the covers for 1 by Haynes. And he said, "Given that, I don't think there would have been much difference in the outcome. I generally prefer to enforce, since it's easy to push for more runs when the time is running out than more wickets." Thanks again for the commentary and for all your colleagues from this last few days. And then he says, "Until Thursday." Maybe Paul's bailed out then. This is played out through the covers as well by Ali, 1 run. I think Durham scored something like 222 runs the other morning.
Yeah.
So at the minute, 226 left to win. T is at 20 to 4, so we're still 25 minutes or so away from there. This one skids through and is played out towards the point boundary for 1.
I think the exceptional sessions of the game would have been on the second afternoon and an evening when the wickets fell, because other than that, as Dan was just saying, 9, 10 and Jack batted for an hour yesterday.
Yeah.
So that little burst in the on the second afternoon.
I'm just wondering though, I mean, generally most of the matches this year, other than Durham playing really poorly against Notts and being blown away in 3 days, they've all been quite high scoring games with not much going for the bowlers. So the nature of the tracks this year that are being created around the counties very batsman friendly, and does this mean that teams are going to have to think drastically about how they alter their plans to try and bowl opposition sides out? This one's defended by Haynes off at Travascus, start of a new over, 217 for 2. Travascus in again, bowls. This has gone through underneath short leg. The Leicestershire game 3 weeks ago, I mentioned Durham gave themselves a full day to try and bowl Leicestershire out and only took 2 wickets in the full day. Gave themselves a day to try and bowl Glamorgan out, and that was a game affected by the weather, but only got the 5 wickets. Travascus to Ali, turns that to backward square leg, no run there. They have the return game against Glamorgan next week in Chester Street, and then a trip to Middlesex, which looks like an interesting proposition these days. This is defended following their signings.
I thought you meant following Kevin Hand's moval into the.
Well, Afridi's what I'm thinking of mainly.
Oh right.
Yeah.
He's off doing TV these days. Yeah.
Defended once again by Ali.
I know. Still does the away game. How he deals with the TV, I don't know. With and running his second-hand car lot on the.
You mentioned that on there the other day, actually. In this game, Travascus bowls, defended by Ali. That's the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it. Yeah, Kevin Hand's the Middlesex commentator, but it was 6 years ago. We were actually in a bar in Benalmádena in Spain watching the 2020 World Cup final over. Up steps Ben Stokes. Kevin famously said England have won this now because the West Indies need 19 and have never scored 19 in an innings, and then bang 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 bang. when Ben Stokes did that to Josh Baker the other day and hit him for 5 sixes and a 4, he then said he hoped he'd be okay, and he knows what it's like to go through that, having been there himself. And he sent Josh Baker a text that night just to check that he was all right.
Yeah, no, he's a decent bloke, isn't he, Ben Stokes? He would do something like that.
Borthwick bowling at the start of a new over here from the new road end.
It wouldn't have stopped him pummeling that 6-6 if he could.
He tried, he just get a hold of it properly.
He slapped his pad afterward, didn't he? Didn't quite get it.
He said as soon as it left the bat he knew he hadn't hit it properly. Went for 4 instead. Haynes is on 92 as Borthwick bowls, and he drives at that one. It bobbles out into the covers, no run.
You'd have been first time you've ever seen a 34 in an over, Marty, I would imagine.
No, that's not true.
You said a 34 before.
But luckily for Neil Colleen on that occasion, the first ball went for 4 before the next 5 went for 6.
First class, or was that?
It was a T20 game. I think was it Mark Elam for Notts? Single here, played up to mid-on. He put 2 of them over the health club roof at Chesley Street.
That's a decent hit.
Yeah.
Even if the pitch was cut to the side.
Borthwick bowls, Ali defends, it ball runs back to him. It's quite bright sunshine out there now, completely different to the gloom of this morning when I didn't think they'd actually start on time. Borthwick once more, Ali flicks this out through mid-wicket for 1. Mervin's emailed, he says they've tried everything and given 100% and we can ask for no more. The tide will turn sometime. There is a lot to like about Durham. Thanks to all of the commentary team, says Mervyn.
Thank you, Mervyn. Yes, I saw your tweets on that, Marty. I thought, I've got to pull his leg about this one next time I see him.
About what?
Oh, you said it was the first time that anyone had scored 17 sixes in the county championship.
Borthwick in, and that's played off towards point. Gonna go for a quick single here, Haynes. He moves on to 94, it was.
And then you followed up by saying it's the first time anybody's scored more than 100 or more in sixes.
But I'd been explaining in the commentary that it was obviously going to be that way. Chris Sharp pointed that out. He tweeted that it would be the first time in this country that anyone had done it, because was it, who did we say? Colin Munro done it in New Zealand, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think 23 is the first class record for an innings, isn't it? But
end of the over. So 40 overs remaining today. The reality is that I don't think we'll see 16 of those. So 24 overs to go, and we're still, 22 minutes past 3. Tees at 20 to 4. Handshakes at 5, do you reckon?
Could well be, couldn't it? No matter. Could be T at 4. T's at
20 to 4.
20 to 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said 4 there. Misheard.
Were you inadvertently mislistening?
Yeah. Bit of discussion.
21 for 2. Who's bowling? Is it Travaskis?
Single short of Richie Bennett, aren't they?
Yeah. Kevin Hand, who we've just been talking about, has just retweeted a picture from Adrian Harms, the Sussex commentator, of this afternoon's chocolate cake at Hove, which looks extremely calorific.
He's lost a lot of weight though, Handy, so he can afford to get into his cakes.
I got a phone call a few weeks ago from Don Topley, and Kevin was there with him. So they'd met up for an evening. He's been through the walls. Don recently stood on a rock on holiday, and it put a hole in his toe. He had to come back to England for treatment.
Good God. Doesn't sound good.
No. I think the rock caused some kind of infection or something.
Was it a bit of coral or something, was it?
Yeah, Barbados, I think it was.
I saw that. Yeah, it was during the test. Series.
It's been an inordinate delay here for the start of this new over. Now Travaskis is going to bowl it left arm round to Haynes, who's on 94. Where's my notes?
Where did you go then for that half an hour when you had a little wander around? Did you go
just now?
Sit down the far end somewhere?
No, I went to the far end of this stand to ring my daughters.
Okay. Not too far away.
Yeah.
I had to wander around to the far end there, the Basil D'Oliveira stand.
Haynes is nearly at his highest score here. He needs 4 to get his highest score. So that was 97 against Derbyshire last year. And that's in the county championship. He did get 127 against Oxford Uni in March. They're not first class matches anymore, are they? So far he's faced 3 balls here from Travaskis in this over and played them all back to the bowler. We've got a silly point in and a short leg, and that one's pushed into short leg, bounces into the ground, and Scott Borthwick, who's in there under the helmet.
I believe he was caught on the boundary for a long hop when he was 97.
I believe that's what Dan said in commentary, yes. Round the wicket he comes. Another defensive shot. This is 222 balls he's now faced.
Doing a good job for his side, Marty. Doing a good job for
so
his side.
he's faced one more ball than the total, which is 221. Travaskis is cut, and that's away past slip and away for 4. So that is now his highest score. He moves on to 98. It's gone down towards third man. There was nothing David Bellingham could do at first slip there. It was way past him.
It's one of those. It wasn't even an eighth of a chance, but it was a little bit streaky, wasn't it? Because got the edge of the bat on it. Would have probably knocked second slip's head off. It was one of those. So no chance of a slip standing close to the spinner of getting a hand on that, sticking a hand out.
Partnership's 190 now from 435 balls, and Ali's on strike.
Although we say that, Marty, having been caught on the boundary from a long hop on 97, how would he have felt if Bellingham had just stuck his hand out instinctively and that had gone in? Oh no, not again. 1
ball at 1 over away from the new ball. 75 quid's worth of new ball about to be introduced into this game.
So what they cost these days?
Yeah, we looked it up the other day. You might get a discount if you buy more than one.
You'd think so. You'd think they'd do some sort of deal, wouldn't they?
Might get them for nothing off the...
Are they handmade, Marty, still?
I would imagine so. Borthwick from the New Road End bowls, and played up out into short extra cover to Peterson. I'm just a bit worried, Dan, that your lot might suddenly throw to us. So do you want to disconnect me after this delivery, is it? Yeah. Right, Borthwick bowls that one. So take me off and you come back in on there.
Oh, equipment being messed around again, or being played with as Borthwick comes in, bowls, and that's driven nicely, but again just straight into those fielders on the offside. Very offside dominated field. That's the 3 men on the onside. Nobody anywhere close to the bat. Borthwick bowls again, and that's driven up to mid-off. All very relaxed. Is somnolent's the right word? Okay, I never remember what that means. It just means a sort of nice lazy afternoon, doesn't it? Nothing much happening, but a single happening there as it's turned wide over mid-on for 1 by Azhar Ali. He moves up to 88 as it ticked over. Or was he 87? Yeah, 88. It's ahead of the board there. But 98 for Haynes. And you better, I think you better commentate on this if he's going to go to his 100 now.
Oh, thank you, Dave. Yeah, 2 away from what would be a first Championship 100 for Worcestershire. He's already got his highest score, as Marty was saying, eclipsing the 97 he made here last summer against Derbyshire. Ended in frustrating circumstances for him. And no doubt that will be in his mind now determined not to get carried away if he suddenly sees a half tracker.
Bit of professionalism going on here, a few field changes, slow it down.
Yeah.
A bit of pressure on the young man. Azhar Ali again walking back towards him and just saying, take your time. You've got 10 minutes and another session to get these 2 runs. Be nerves there. There'll be a few little heart flutters there, I imagine, at the moment.
Finally we're ready, I think, for Borthwick. 2 balls to go. In he comes to Haynes. It's wide outside the off stump. Plays no stroke. And have they finished a ball early? Or have I just missed one?
Well, the scoreboard's showing 2.5 as well. So you and the scoreboard are in.
What do we say? Umpire's indicating he's miscounted. But no, it's the new ball. Here we go then. Is this the last throw of the dice for Durham? Still need 8 wickets. Azhar Ali 88, Haynes 98. These two have already set a new record for Worcestershire against Durham for any wicket. It's 191, beating the 190 between Anurag Singh and Graham Hick on this ground in 2002. So Hick put on runs with Anurag Singh and with Ben Smith that day. So these two have rewritten the record books.
This is the highest Worcestershire partnership against Durham.
It's the highest Worcestershire partnership for any wicket against Durham, yeah.
Wow.
Any wicket?
For any wicket, yeah.
We've just passed 190 now.
191. I suppose it's not that older fixture, is it, I suppose? Azhar Ali on 88. 226 for 2. Here comes Chris Rushworth in bowls. This keeps low outside the off stump. Eckersley does well to hang on to that. 3 slips in place now. Azhar Ali is at 12 away from turning his maiden half century for Worcestershire into 100. If he can do that, it will be his first county championship 100 since his Somerset debut back in 2018, which was, funnily enough, right here against Worcestershire. Scored 125 on that occasion in the second innings. He's driven this ball beautifully through the covers from Chris Rushworth. That's going out towards the rope, and the ball doesn't quite hide under the covers. It flips up and clatters into the side of them, and Azhar Ali into the 90s. 92, 230 for 2.
He might yet get there before Haynes, if Haynes is obviously a little bit more circumspect.
We know what your mights mean though, don't we, Dave? Rushworth then. Here he comes. Pounding in from the Diglis end. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling edged. He's caught. Finally. Durham have a wicket. The new ball does the trick. Scott Borthwick bags a good catch at second slip, and Azhar Ali has gone for 92. And this record partnership for Worcestershire against Durham for any wicket is over at 195. But what a performance from Azhar Ali and from Jack Haynes. Ali has gone for 92. Shame for him, 8 shy of what would have been a first 100 for Worcestershire. But it's a terrific knock. That's the sort of Azhar Ali Worcestershire had in mind when they signed him. And he's had a difficult start to the summer, but he's now back in form. Lovely innings. And Chris Rushworth with the new cherry has done the trick at last for Durham. They've taken their first wicket of the day, and they get into a huddle now, and they'll be saying 7 more, boys. 212 needed. 38 left.
61st over of the day, I think it was.
61st over of the day. They did.
59th over of the day.
61 overs before a wicket. Here comes the Worcestershire captain. who's in good form himself with those hundreds in successive matches. He got runs in the first innings as well, 41 before Chris Rushworth did for him, caught behind, and Rushworth with the new ball. Now then, this is where the game gets back on that knife edge. 7 wickets left. Well, it can change very quickly, can't it? Durham have got to think this. They've got to think they've had all this time where they've just watched Worcestershire just tootle along, looking very comfy. Now the new ball is here, and Rushworth has done the trick with the third ball of it.
Yeah. Yes, another wicket now, and
the pressure. Yeah, back now on the Worcestershire captain. Here he comes to the wicket, takes guard. Haynes on 98 at the other end. 3 slips. After all that hoo-ha and calling the office, they never came at 3:30. Still might though. 2:30 for 3. 37 overs left after this one. Rushworth halfway through it. In he comes and bowls, and D'Oliveira plays no stroke to his first delivery outside the off stump. Bit more chat now you can hear from the Durham fielders, understandably. Got to believe that this is their moment now. Can they bring 2 and really start to cause some flutters in that Worcestershire dressing room? Rushworth past the umpire, bowls. D'Oliveira leaves again. Through to Eckersley.
Mr. Reliable. Mr. Reliable, isn't he?
Yeah, that new ball. Yeah, when he finds that rhythm, which he had last night.
Still got plenty of time. There's 37, 38 overs remaining. So it's a big ask to take the wickets, but could still be some legs left in this.
Rushworth, last ball of his over. In he comes and bowls. D'Oliveira behind this one, stoutly out to the covers, and there's no run. End of the over, but at last success for Durham. The first wicket of the day.
Just chuckling there because there was a sort of half of Scott Borthwick was into an appeal for LBW there before D'Oliveira's bat came down and the ball struck the middle of it, but that ball did just nip back in a little bit, and he's asking questions. He's Chris Rushworth.
Yeah, he got 3 for 41 now, Rushworth. He's taken the lot to fall in this second innings. Matty Potts, 6 for in the first dig, none for 78 second time round. But new ball in hand. Second bite at the cherry here.
And there is tension here because Jack Haynes too short of that maiden championship century. Maiden first class century.
Yep.
Where's he going to look for it?
Here comes Potts then. 3 slips go down. Haynes on 98. Doesn't play a stroke. There's a bit of zip in that.
Good man. Good
flies through to Eckersley.
But the other thing that Haynes must think about is that he's not just there for his century. You know, he's not just there to find these 2 runs and then let the concentration waver a little bit. He needs to make sure he gets into tea. Well, he should do that because that's just during this after this over. But then, obviously, he needs to buckle down after tea.
Haynes won't get a run here. So dabs it down into the covers. Almost seemingly has a bit of a word to himself as soon as the ball has left the face of his bat. Geeing himself up, has a stroll towards square leg. Yeah, last over before tea. So he's in that awkward period, isn't he, where he won't want to do anything remotely risky. He'll want to get to tea, but then it'd be 98 or maybe 99 not out at tea.
Tea's going to taste a lot better, isn't it?
If he can get these 2 runs.
Maybe just shape it down to third man.
Potts bowls to him, and edged, and it's just dropped in front of slip. That's it. It's gone down to the third man boundary for 4. Jack Haynes, a little skip of delight as he reaches the non-striker's end. Great moment for him, a maiden championship 100 for Worcestershire, and a huge embrace with his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. Superb knock from Jack Haynes. He's been playing himself into form in the last couple of innings. He did a lot of the hard work last night, and he's capitalised this morning. 102 not out with his 17th 4. An element of fortune about it with that edge that fell just in front of third slip, and delight as it raced away to the third man boundary.
Yes, well, when I suggested running it down to third man, I didn't think he wanted to be that close to third slip, for sure.
Dave, I've told you, you speak and it happens. Potts into him now, fires it up into the block hole, and pushed out to mid-on. That Victoria sponge is going to taste lovely now, isn't it? Be nectar, not for us, for Jack Haynes.
Yeah, the ladies. I don't think the ladies' pavilion's open today, is it?
It doesn't. No, doesn't look like it. We will get a tray, hopefully.
Do I remember that they don't open on the final day of championship games? I wouldn't have traipsed all the way down from Morton in Marsh if I'd have known it was open today.
I bet you get some good cake in Morton, don't you? As Potts bowls, forwards comes Haynes. There's no run.
That's it.
Is the Black Bear still there?
The Black Bear?
Yeah, Morton in the Marsh.
The
nice pub, yeah.
Obviously.
That's the one.
Yes, it is, and my sister actually lives quite close to there, so it's there are some very, very good pubs in Morton, as people know, and it's popular this time of the year with tourists.
Potts is in, and outside the off stump, left by Haynes. That flies through to Eckersley, and that is tea on the final day. Very much Worcestershire's day so far, as they get closer and closer to saving this game against Durham. And Jack Haynes, what a performance from him. He gets some congratulations from some of the Durham players as he makes his way off for a well-earned cup of tea. That will taste sweet. 102, his first championship 100 for Worcestershire. And although they've lost Azhar Ali for a very well crafted 92, a record stand between Haynes and Azhar Ali for any wicket against Durham. 195 they've put on, as Durham were made to toil for 61 overs in total before they took their first wicket of today. 234 for 3. They're still 208 away from this victory target. They won't care about that. It's about the remaining overs. 36 to go. But they're getting closer and closer to saving this game. Well played, Jack Haynes, as he makes his way up the steps of the pavilion. Worcestershire 234 for 3. Rushworth with the breakthrough, finally with the new ball, getting Azhar Ali well caught by Scott Borthwick at slip. 8 short of what would have been his first 100 for Worcestershire. Rushworth 3 for 41 now from 20 overs. But Durham, well, they've got to somehow find 7 wickets from somewhere, which at the moment doesn't look very likely.
It doesn't, that's for sure.
No.
But Haynes now, having reached that century, maybe he's vulnerable when he comes out after tea, because he'll feel he's done so much today. Maybe he could be vulnerable, but no, you've still got to fancy the draw.
Yeah, I think so. Worcestershire would bite your hand off if you offered them the draw at the start of play today, and they're well on the way to achieving that. 234 for 3 at tea. 36 overs left in the day. 208 the nominal victory target. More runs needed, that is. Haynes, a fine performance. 102 not out. We'll break for tea now and we'll be back with you in just under 20 minutes time. welcome back to New Road for the third and final session of this, the last day of Worcestershire against Durham in the LV County Championship match. And it's looking like now the draw is the favourite result, thanks to a brilliant batting display from Worcestershire today. Yes, in favourable conditions, but they've dug in and really ground it out. And thanks to a great partnership of 195 between Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, a county record for any wicket against Durham. They appear, anyway, Rushworth starting a new over from the Diglis end. No run as D'Oliveira plays it out to the covers. They appear to have broken the back of this escape for Worcestershire. 7 wickets still needed for Durham. 36 overs remaining in the game. Of course, is including the 16 in the final hour, so if it's looking like it's not going to go anywhere, they may well shake hands in 20 overs time. Rushworth in, bowling to D'Oliveira, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. But with Chris Rushworth amongst the wickets in this second innings, and with a new ball in his hand, it's only 2.5 overs old. They'll still believe, won't they, Dave Townsend? They have to.
Well, there'll be no point re-emerging from the pavilion if they didn't believe they could take these 7 wickets. They'll know how hard it is, and they'll know in their hearts that it's extremely unlikely, but they'll certainly be trying for them.
Rushworth bowls, and D'Oliveira again, almost identically, playing it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think D'Oliveira is the important wicket. If they could get him now cheaply, it'd be an absolutely fantastic effort for Jack Haynes to bat, even into the final hour or whatever, after his heroics and his first 100 and all the emotions that'll be going through him at this moment. So
yeah, it was a nice celebration from him. A big hug with his captain just before they went off for tea. Edged, and that's gone down past the left-hand side of Ned Eckersley. That's gone for 4, hasn't it? It's off the bat with the gloves.
It's been signalled leg byes.
Oh, leg byes. I've missed the tap. I was following the ball.
It's been signalled leg byes, and yet it's beaten Eckersley on his left hand.
That's gone quick as well.
How could that? It must have jagged back an awful lot. So, oh well.
I could drag the string back, but every time I do that, it takes it back to 1983. It doesn't seem, can't really be very specific with this. So yeah, it just goes back too far. No, strange one that. 3 slips. Lovely evening here at New Road. Has been pretty much for most of the day, bar a pretty murky morning, but once that cloud burnt away, it's been lovely. Turned by D'Oliveira to mid-wicket and no run. Perfect day for batting, and a pretty perfect wicket as well. Give or take the odd bit of variable bounce, but there hasn't been much of that today. Couple of kept low, couple of spat up, but nothing really too problematic for the batsman. 238 for 3. Here comes Rushworth sprinting in now and bowls, and D'Oliveira is solidly behind this. Out to Stokes at mid-off. End of the first over after tea. Rushworth 21 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 41 now. 238 for 3. 204 needed for victory. But Worcestershire won't be thinking about that, I don't think, at all.
No, with
35 to go.
With respect to the rest of the Durham bowlers, I think it's the threat of these next 4 or 5 overs from Chris Rushworth. I was about to say Joe Rushworth, who's Chris's dad, who regular visitor over the years to the Durham commentary box with his little dog when he comes to the games. But no, Chris Rushworth is the threat. You would think here that if he needs to winkle out D'Oliveira and Jack Haynes, plus Jack Haynes and maybe one other batsman. He needs to do something like that if they're going to win.
Potts is in, driven back to him, fielded on his follow through, and there's no run.
They didn't come to you at 4 o'clock then?
No, I think, 3:30 and I'm done. But I didn't come to me at 3:30. I got an apologetic text from the studio having one or two issues from the outside broadcast at the Three Counties show. Well, not Three Counties show, but at the Three Counties showground. It's the Malvern Flower Show, I think.
Oh, that sounds good.
Potts past the umpire bowls, defended back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, the proper Three Counties show is next month.
Excuse my ignorance, but the 3 counties being Worcester, Hereford and...
Gloucestershire.
Oh, okay.
Have you been to the Three Counties show?
No.
Are you into that sort of thing?
No.
Okay. Here's Potts past the umpire, bowls, and fielded on the bounce. And he's followed through.
What sort of thing goes on at that?
Oh, we've got loads of stuff going on. Although the Three Counties show is the one that's quite famous, and it has it's largely agricultural.
Okay.
But they've got like tractors, machinery, dogs, livestock, loads of stalls, bit of shopping.
Do they have sheepdog trials or anything like that?
Yeah, probably a bit of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turned out to mid-wicket and there's no run. They might have some dog agility, things like that. Yeah, it's all going on.
Up and over hurdles and things like that.
Yeah, through those little windy things.
Sounds as though it's something you could take your 5-year-old to.
Yes. Roll them down. Well, I've got 2 actually, 2 5-year-olds.
Good Lord. Twins or different women?
Twins. I pressed that how rude of you, buzzer. Pushed out to cover a point and there's no run.
Oh, I thought it was quite complimentary.
I don't think my wife's listening anyway.
She's probably chuckling away. She can't imagine anyone else who would. Yeah.
All true. Last ball of the over coming up. Well, they have lots of different things at the Three Counties show ground. It's not just Farmers Unite outside the off stump. That kick's a bit low from Potts. Haynes well out of the road. Through it goes.
I think they have a
flea markets. Are you into those, Dave?
No, not particularly. No, it sounds as though it's an entertaining day out if you get it right. And
yeah, we took our girls to. They have another one there called Country-tastic, which, as the name sounds, is quite sort of countrified. Pony clubs, that sort of thing, displays and races and sheep and goats and.
Have a little bit of sort of minor show jumping or something, as I know that.
No show jumping, no. You could get pulled around on a cart though by a tractor.
Oh, okay.
Free of charge. This is tickled down to fine leg for 1 run. As I get car sick, I wouldn't pay for that definitely, so I'm glad it's free if I had to go on.
Sounds like that sort of thing that Marty would like, actually.
I think so.
Three Counties show.
Have you been, Martin?
I haven't been to that one, but Great Yorkshire show is fantastic.
Oh, there you go. So he's had show experience.
Oh, he has. He's
Selling gonks.
Selling gonks. 239 for 3. Here's Rushworth. In and bowls, and Haynes won't get a run here.
Generally, you can guarantee that if it's something I don't like, Marty.
Oh, Dennis Waterman has died.
Oh. 74. Big news, breaking news. But yeah, he was. Generally, I say if I'm not into it, Marty will be. Is the general rule of thing. He's into cycling as well. He's in all that sort of lycra.
Yeah.
Middle-aged men in pink lycra and all that sort of thing.
Rushworth bowls. That's nicely punched off the back foot from Haynes. He run the first like he thought there might be 2 in that, but Sean Dixon is too quick and too close to it, so just the single. Goes up to 103, 240 for 3. No, I don't really, cycling doesn't really...
But he has favourite motorways and things like that.
Oh yeah, I know,
He
yeah.
has a favourite motorway.
I'm not sure they do, actually.
What about your favourite canal?
And favourite canals and favourite reservoirs. as well, I
Favourite
think.
type of cloud? Rushworth. And he sprints, bowls, and D'Oliveira keeps it out. It trickles out to cover and there's no run.
Kevin Hand telling him about where he was living in Spain, and Martley said, "Oh, there's a great stretch of motorway goes past that."
There's a motorway reference with pretty much everything.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you can't have a favourite motorway at the moment, Martin, because they've all got cones on them, haven't they? What is your favourite then?
dear, you shouldn't have asked.
Rushworth in and bowls. No run here. Pushed up to mid-on.
For sheer beauty, that section north of Kendal on the M6 where you're driving through the fells and the road's split in 2 levels up to, towards T-Bay.
There you go. North of Kendal on the M6.
There you go.
There's no point in talking geography to you, Dan. You don't know where anything is.
Says the man who thinks Lincolnshire is in the southeast. Marty, you've got to check what. When you point the finger, there's always 3 pointing back at you, isn't there? Rushworth bowls, it's full. D'Oliveira is forward, squeezing it out to mid-wicket. And there's no run to end the over. 240 for 3.
All this started with talk about the showground.
I know. We should never mentioned it now.
3 Counties show. When is the 3 Counties show then? Do we know?
It's, I don't know exactly in June, but I know it's next month.
When you go up Great
Early
Northern,
next
you've
month.
got a cracking view over there. You can see all the showground down in the valley below.
Yeah.
Big site. Great Yorkshire show's normally July, I think.
There you go. Great Yorkshire shows July. Something to look forward
The
to.
Great Yorkshire Show. That's what.
Well, it would be
Yeah.
the Great County.
Potts starts a new over from the New Road end, and I'll get a single here. Just dropped into the offside by Haynes. He goes up to 104. Thumbs up to Brett D'Oliveira.
The Great Yorkshire Show and its lesser rival, the not so impressive Yorkshire Show.
Yeah. Is there a really quite average Yorkshire Show?
Yeah.
Nothing average in Yorkshire. Says someone who's lived in Leeds for a few years. Looking forward to getting back up there next week, Dan. I got the
Nice.
my first proper game of the season. I'm doing the Roses match.
Potts bowls wide outside the off stump. There's a Steve Smith-esque leave there from Brett D'Oliveira, isn't there? That was strange, sort of a waft, with the bat sort of swinging round and ending up kind of just above his right knee. Through it goes. 241 for 3. 32 overs to go after this one. Still 4 balls left. That'd be a good game then, wouldn't it?
I think it will be.
Potts bowls, cracking ball, absolute beauty. Squaring D'Oliveira up a little bit, whistling one past the shoulder of his bat, through to Eckersley. On this new ball, Worcestershire certainly aren't there yet. 241 for 3, 7 wickets needed for Durham. D'Oliveira has 1 from 15 balls. Haynes 104 at the other end. He'll get a run here, D'Oliveira, just tucked off his hip. Travaskis does the fielding, backward of square. Just past the umpire at square leg. D'Oliveira doubles his score, 242 for 3. Gone a bit cloudy at New Road for the first time in a while. Still a lovely afternoon. 2 balls to go. Matty Potts in. And won't get a single here as he drops one into the offside. Jack Haynes. Haynes' 100 came off 227 balls in 307 minutes with 17 fours. 17th bringing up his 100. Edge falling just in front of third slip. Potts to finish his over. Kept out by Haynes. Up to mid-on where Matty Salisbury fields. End of the over. 22 overs, 3 maidens, none for 84 now for Matty Potts.
Yeah, I suppose when you dream about reaching your first class century, which possibly all three of us in here have actually dreamt about, but never actually going to do.
It's remained a dream, hasn't it? Sadly,
it would have been a glorious cover drive or something,
yes,
wouldn't it, or a straight 6 down the ground.
Yeah.
But the 4 runs that little edge past third slip brought in was all that really mattered for Jack Haynes, and very well deserved century, batted very nicely today.
Rushworth starts a new over. It's full of length. It's down the leg side. D'Oliveira doesn't make contact, and Eckersley takes low to his left. I suppose if he's talking to someone who wasn't here, he could just point to the book and say, "Look, 4. There you go." He could say anything, couldn't he?
Yeah. I ran it down to a very fine third man. How fine? Well, just sort of through third slip.
A very fine shot. That's what I meant.
Yeah, very fine shot.
Very fine.
Shot, yeah.
Rushworth past the umpire, and D'Oliveira defends up to mid-on.
I think most of the crowd are still here, waiting for this game to reach its, should we say, inevitable conclusion. The draw at 5 o'clock.
Seems like that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But, they've watched some very good batting from Jack Haynes today. Not exciting, but good, solid, doing what his team have needed.
Rushworth bowls to D'Oliveira, won't get a run here, defending back up the pitch. And Rushworth fields on his follow through. Yeah, I suppose the biggest compliment you can pay Jack Haynes is to say to him, what is only 21 years of age, that this first 100 has looked inevitable since he first came into the team, really. A breakthrough last summer. He came pretty close, not just in that Derby game, but he got 87, I think it was, up at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, and was unlucky to be out then. Actually, he was run out at the non-striker's end off a touch from Liam Norwell, I think it was. And he was out by about an inch.
So having got that close twice today would have been
a
real achievement for him. Well done.
To finally get over the line. And he got his first 100 for Worcestershire in all cricket down Essex in the One Day Cup last year. That was a terrific 950 odd not out. So yeah, a player of great talent and potential. Here comes Rushworth in and bowls, and D'Oliveira, he's not been in too shabby form himself this summer already, pushes it out to mid-off. Has grown and revelled in his extra responsibility this summer so far as captain, taking over from Joe Leach. It's quite a couple of years for him, because you only have to go back to around about 2019 where he was actually struggling to get in the county side. 242 for 3 leaves this final ball of Chris Rushworth alone. Through it goes to Eckersley. End of the over. Another one safely negotiated. 242 for 3. Haynes 104, D'Oliveira 2, 31 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's nice to see players from any team, really, as you say, establishing themselves. And D'Oliveira has, you're making your way in the game, and sometimes am I going to be good enough to play regularly for a county, am I going to be good enough to kick on and play for England and that sort of thing? And sometimes it just clicks into place, doesn't it? I think it's to do with confidence, it's to do with maturity, experience.
Potts in, onto his toes goes Haynes, and there's no run. Yeah, I suppose in some ways it's come quite late in his Worcestershire career for D'Oliveira. He's always been a talent in the white ball sides, but in county championship, I mean, he's in his 11th year now. It was his 10th year last year, and he's really now started to become the player that we all hoped he'd be across all formats. And he's got double hundreds opening the innings as well. He's been shunted around the batting order a little bit down the years. This is wide of the off stump and left by Haynes.
I think there's just a moment in a lot of players' careers where they suddenly get it. They work out their game. They know their game. They know themselves as far as character, personality goes, and all of a sudden they're a much better player.
Potts bowls. Haynes again solid in defence. So on his follow through, no run.
Yeah, so much of the game's played in the head, isn't it? Particularly for cricket. I mean, they've got more fast-moving games like football or rugby, but less so. But there's you look at the moment, Haynes wandering out towards square leg, wandering back in, take his car. He's thinking things going through his head before this next delivery. You don't get time to do that in other sports.
Potts bowls to him, left alone outside the off stump, no run. And plus he's just had the break, hasn't he, for tea, so he got to the 100 before tea, so I guess part of him will come out and think, well, I'm back on naught again.
Yeah.
And he'll have to reset. The last thing he'll want to do is to give it away now after working so hard to get to 104. He'll want to score a big 100 here, and if possible, maybe even finish not out at the end of the day and bat the whole day. Albeit it might be slightly truncated if we shake hands in about 40 minutes time. Left alone again by Haynes. Doesn't really carry through very well to Eckersley on the bounce. But if they can get out of this with the draw and the 12 points, it'll send them in good spirits to the county ground for next week's game against Derbyshire. They've started the season like trains as well, haven't they? Thanks to Shan Masood.
They have indeed. That's the end of the over then. 242 for 3. Be a big achievement if he could bat all the way through the day. Best part of the day at the moment, isn't it? Lovely.
Yep.
Sun shining strongly.
Sun's back out.
Enjoying themselves over there in the Basil D'Oliveira stand and the little wings to the stand. I don't know whether they still count as the stand or whether they're just they're nameless stands. Well, actually, one of them's the unsociable stand. I mean, you get one of those in nearly every game, Dan, where
it's New Road's answer to Bay 13.
No, not so much, because Bay 13's very boisterous and lots of people, but most county cricket grounds, and you'll watch out for this as you travel around the country, one stand in the ground somewhere is the unsociable stand, where people are not allowed to sit in pairs.
Really?
You have to sit on your own.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
Rushworth starts a new over, and it's fielded on the bounce by Peterson under the lid at short leg. I've not heard of that.
I think in this ground it's possibly one of the wings.
You're not allowed to sit in pairs?
No, Steward will come and move you apart. It's just for miserable people sitting on their own.
Really? You winding me up? Yeah, thought you might be. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, Dave. That does not happen.
But you'll see every county ground has an unsociable stand.
Right. Oh, I see, yeah. Unofficial, yeah, okay.
An unofficial stand, yeah.
This next delivery is negotiated by D'Oliveira.
Well, you couldn't have have an unsociable stand right next door to the D'Oliveira stand, because he was one of the most sociable blokes you would ever meet.
It would be an odd juxtaposition,
Yeah, it
wouldn't
would.
it?
It would be very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple sitting together in the unsociable stand at the moment, so I think a steward will come and move them shortly.
I'm not listening to you anymore. 242 for 3, Rushworth bowls, and this gets a bit of lift outside the off stump, but far enough away from D'Oliveira to have nothing to do with it at all. He goes for a wander towards Keegan Peterson, who's just looking at the back of his nails as he spots the Worcestershire captain ambling past him.
I had you going for a minute then.
You did. Ever so slightly, you did. Yeah. I'm thinking, what have I missed?
ECB diktat a few years back.
Yes. Rushworth bowls. Forward comes D'Oliveira, and there's no run. That'd be funny if that actually was true, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If they had that.
But there was all. If you look around. If you look around county grounds, it'd be the same at Chesterley Street. You know, there's always one stand somewhere where it's just full of single people, usually blokes, usually old blokes, just sitting there with a thermos on their own, grumbling about something to themselves.
Rushworth past the umpire, bowls, and there's a appeal from behind the stumps, based purely on whether that hit pad first before the bat. Might have done. Umpire Richard Illingworth not interested. Do they sit there with their thermos and a stick of a certain length? Double-ended thing. A broom maybe.
Something.
A broom across their lap. Yeah. Keeping the two seats next to them clear. Rushworth bowls. Oh, and that spits off a length at D'Oliveira, who removes the bottom hand from the bat. That was nasty.
Did get up that one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did get up.
Didn't loop up anywhere, fortunately for the Worcestershire captain. But if anyone's been able to find that variable bounce remotely consistently, it's been Chris Rushworth with a reasonably new ball from that digless end. He was like this last night. A similar ball, obviously not that shot up, but shot down to get Jake Libby LBW.
That one definitely spat.
Well, that was the definite opposite of that, wasn't it? Yeah.
One or two this afternoon, early afternoon one. When I was sitting over there in the unsociable stand, I noticed one or two bounced up a little bit. The other thing you'll notice around the guys is we've had a very dry start to the season, haven't we?
242 for 3, start of a new over. I'm being very careful, I'm listening very intently to now what you're saying, Dave.
It's just...
Because you're going to say something like the elephant sitting over in the... in front of the cathedral.
You're back to your Black Bear in Morton now, aren't you? No, you'll find that on days when it's raining, there's puddles on the outfield or something, everybody's gone home except one bloke who'll be sitting on his own in a blue with a blue anorak, hoping that it'll resume.
There's fork lightning behind the cathedral.
They always have blue coats on. That's part of the rules for that.
I think it is. Blocked by Haynes out to cover that last ball, no run, 242 for 3.
Anyway, about half an hour left. I'll probably have to hand you back to Marty.
Yeah, I think this will finish about 20 past 5.
Oh, could it not finish before that, Marty?
Well, they have to have 16 overs to go before they can shake hands.
Okay.
So
Potts, bowls, wide outside the off stump, no run. I only mentioned the Black Bear early because my cricket team I play for, play obviously is in the broadest possible sense. Yeah. We don't play at Morton anymore. We used to play for years over at Morton in the Marsh, and we always used to stop on the way to the ground for Sunday lunch at the Black Bear. It always used to be lovely. Yeah. Very nice.
Yes, now there's lots of good pubs in Morton. It's that sort of town, old market town.
Potts comes in. That's a nice looking drive by Haynes, an on drive, but he's found the fielder at mid on, standing there, Matty Salisbury, who does the fielding.
Of course, Gloucestershire played at
Morton, don't they?
Morton used to play a Sunday League game there every year.
Yeah, it was a nice ground. It's a shame we don't have that fixture anymore. They're quite a good side as well. That's probably why. Two balls to go in this Matty Potts over. In he comes. There's an attempted pull by Haynes, but he's not timed that at all. Might even come off the back of the bat slightly down onto his pad and trickle out in front of him. Potts 6 in the first innings, looked unplayable at times. None in the second innings. None for 84. Coming to the end of his 24th over here. Away he sprints now. In and bowls, and there's a ooh and a ah from the slips, as if to convince us that was a dangerous leave, but that looked pretty comfortable from here, even with our slightly dodgy angle. End of the over, 242 for 3. Haynes 104. D'Oliveira has 2. 28 overs remaining in the day. A 200 to win. We're nearly under that psychological mark again, Dave. 200 nearly gone.
Yeah, it's a long way away, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah. Here we go then.
Stokes is coming on. Is he going to adopt his short deliveries?
That's been the prevailing tactic from him, hasn't it, so far? 10 overs he's bowled in this innings. Most of those 60 balls have been closer to his half of the pitch than the batters.
I wonder now he's England captain whether he'll adopt that tactic as much as Root did, obviously with his
the enforcer role.
Yeah. And short deliveries, they did a fair bit of that, haven't they? They've only got the one fielder out at long leg. Somebody else coming in. No, it looks as though he's going to bowl a more orthodox line, because he's got a couple of slips, and there's either a third slip or a gully coming in. A gully's coming in as well. So
yeah, Travaskis has gone in there to plug that sizable gap between Borthwick at second slip and Sean Dixon at point, or just backward of point. Here he comes then, Ben Stokes, in from the Diglis end, and that leaps off a good length and well played by Brett D'Oliveira. Again, drops it down almost straight in front of him. And Keegan Peterson is very deliberate in his pickup of the ball there. He was waiting because he was just looking back at where Brett D'Oliveira was wandering, making sure that if he did stroll out of his crease. D'Oliveira was switched on though. 242 for 3. Here comes Stokes, turning at the top of his run, herring towards us now. Bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira. That bounces down off his boot and balloons up into the offside, and there's no run. Do you think it's a role suited to him, Dave, really? Is it playing to his strengths, the enforcer role? I know he's not doing it at the moment, but generally and for England specifically?
I think it's a good tactic for a couple of overs. I think they've tended to overdo it. I know, a good tactic for a couple of overs and a good tactic to certain batsmen, but not over after over. And he's a big, strong lad, but it's got to take it out of you banging it in like that.
Yeah, and he's had knee issues, hasn't he, and stuff, and other things. Turn to short leg this time, comfortably on the bounce by D'Oliveira. No run. But previously we've had a leg slip, a short leg, and we've had 2 men out on the mistimed hook at deep square leg and deep backward square. Just as Dave was saying, just the one fielder out in the deep on the leg side now. Still got the short leg in, but no one else on that leg side short for the catch. And he was firing it in to the armpits of the Worcestershire batters earlier on today. Oh, that is short, and that does hit Brett D'Oliveira. That one is gloved, is it? Or did that just simply thud into his chest? He might have hit glove first before it hit body. Whatever it wasn't pleasant.
Again, just getting that little bit of bounce.
Jack Haynes wanders down and has a word with his skipper.
I just wondered whether short leg was a little bit too far back though, whether he needed to be in a yard.
Here comes Stokes. Bowls. And Oliveira will get a run here, dropping it into the leg side. Across comes Chris Rushworth. Stokes has stayed down on his knees from his follow through. He's now back up onto his feet. And Oliveira scampered a single. He's going to come down and have a word with Haynes. Been in for 253 balls. Jack Haynes 104. Going through some more stretching, getting himself loose. First look at Ben Stokes post tee. He certainly had a working over from the England captain in this match. In comes Stokes, and this is full, and it's nicely timed through the covers by Jack Haynes, who must have been expecting something short, so his weight was largely on the back foot, but he still managed to reach out in time when he saw it was full and just steer it through the offside. Timed it nicely too, and away to the fence for 4 to finish the over. None for 36 from 11 overs now for Stokes. 247 for 3, and Haynes goes up to 108 with that 4, his 18th boundary. 27 overs remaining. I think Dave is bowing out, and Marty's going to come back in.
I reckon we've got about another 29 minutes worth of action here. I've just been trying to do the sums as to how many more overs left to be bowled. So 11. 2.6, 2.7 minutes and over, something like that. So maybe about 35 minutes or so to go. Yeah, sad news reaching us this afternoon about the passing of Dennis Waterman. Lots of people talking about him on Twitter. Phil McNulty from BBC Sport says, very sad news. An old colleague used to be in the Sweeney Appreciation Society, where members who arrived in cars had to slam their doors on arrival, and those who weren't driving would drink scotch out of paper cups. I always used to base, we used to talk about the pitch inspectors heading up the motorway after a bad day's cricket on a dodgy track, and I always envisaged them in a brown Granada with a green flashing light on the roof, heading to Derby or somewhere. And I based that on the Sweeney. Yeah. John Thor died quite a few years ago now, didn't he? He was his partner in that, and Kavanagh QC he was in, wasn't he? And Inspector Morse.
Can't do any more of that tune, Marty. I have to pay royalties.
What's this delay now?
Have you seen that stat, Martin, from Useless Durham Stats?
No.
That was a goodie.
Which one?
Well, the one that got rid of, the combination that got rid of Azhar Ali.
Mm-hmm.
The catch off the bowling of
Rushworth
to Borthwick is the 35th time that combination have been involved in a wicket.
Mm-hmm. Potts in bowls. This is played off to the gully, no run there.
And the context of that is Borthwick is now joint with Phil Mustard for the most catches off Rushworth bowling. Thank you for that, Eustace Durham Stats.
Well, Mustard, who is Rushworth's cousin, was the keeper, of course. Mustard and Onions combined quite a few times as well.
Yeah, just missing a bowler called Gravy, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. It was David Grave.
Yeah, close.
There's a Gravy Lounge, the David Gravy Lounge up there. Potts in New Road End. This is played out by Oliveira to mid-wicket. Anyway, Dennis Waterman dying in Spain, apparently, with his wife at his side. His family have issued a statement this afternoon. In comes the bowler, and that bounces down to Keegan Peterson at point at gully, no run there. Newcastle United have kicked off at Man City, so my next update will be in half time there on Radio Newcastle at about 20 past 5, something like that. The traditional 4:30 kick-off on a Sunday afternoon. There's 1 week of the Premier League season left, is there, after this?
Yeah, it finishes on the 22nd, I think, doesn't it?
This is left by D'Oliveira. Keeper takes it.
2 weekends.
2 weekends to go.
Yeah, on a Sunday it finishes, Premier League.
Sunday League, FA Cup final next week.
The FA Cup finals next week, and then they finish the season the week after.
Yeah, that's been the pattern for a while.
Has it?
Yeah.
You'll be telling me next it kicks off at like 5 o'clock on a Saturday night, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it does. Well, it has done in the past. Yeah, it's been a long time since the FA Cup final was the last domestic game of the season.
Yeah. Everything has to be done and dusted because the close season is officially June as ball comes through to the keeper. D'Oliveira watches it go by the off stump. I think it's still a legal requirement, the close season, and it gives the... I once spoke to Northumberland FA about it, or Durham FA, about why do we still have the close season, and it's written in folklore or something to give the ground a chance to recover after a winter of football.
Well, you're thinking of fishing.
Fishing? I'm not thinking fishing.
Close season in fishing.
Well, they probably have a close season in a lot of things, don't they? You can't start shooting grouse until... Is it August? The 12th, is it? The glorious, is it the glorious 12th, do they call it? Not if you're a grouse, it's not glorious. More delays here as Travaskis is moved out to deep mid-wicket by Potts. Last ball of the over, bowling to D'Oliveira. And it goes off to Travaskis, 1 run along the floor.
I'm going to take the lead.
Are you? Where are you heading back to now then, Dave?
Morton in Marsh.
Morton in Marsh.
Lovely.
Why is there not a "the" in that?
Well, I don't know, Martin.
Was the area known as Marsh?
Morton in Marsh.
Is it Marsh Borough Council or
Other
something?
people say Morton in the Marsh.
Yeah.
It's not, no. Don't say it.
Morton in the Marsh.
No, Morton in Marsh.
So Marsh is the area then?
Presumably.
There you go there, you must know this. I can't remember the last time I was there.
I don't know.
It's in the Cotswolds, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely little town. Yeah.
And it hasn't got a motorway.
There's a pub called the Black Bear or something, isn't it?
Yeah, other pubs are available, but
Yeah.
that's the only one I know.
Marty's going to find out now.
He's googling away already.
Oh, you've come on the train, did you? Ah, I didn't realise that.
It's Morton in Marsh is on the direct line to Foregate Street.
Ah, I see. I know where. Yeah, Broadway. I've been to Broadway tons of times. Stowe, been to Stowe
Charlbury,
lots of
Kingham.
times.
It's a nice line, that.
Yeah.
Stowe on the Wold, not Stowe on Wold.
No.
But on the water. Yeah.
Morton in Marsh.
Chedworth. Who lives in Chedworth then?
I came through Trent yesterday.
Did you?
Stokes, in he comes. New over from the Diglis end, and D'Oliveira keeps him out. Keegan Peterson fields at short leg.
Oh, you're right.
There's
Chipping
no one.
Norton's near there.
Yeah.
That's and is Chadlington where? Is that where the farm is?
Well, I was born in another farm.
You were born in Chadlington,
In that order.
were you? In a cow buyer? It was one of those miracles at Christmas sort of things.
I was born at home. So
Born at home.
people were in the old days.
Yeah.
No hospitals when I was a
NHS wasn't created, was it not, when you were born? Right, well, I'll see you sometime soon then, Dave. Thanks for popping in.
Stokes in, bowls, bouncer. And
Yep.
D'Oliveira ducks under it, no run.
Did you use your pensioner's train pass to come up then? Yeah? Well done.
It's called a senior rail.
A senior rail card,
Not
excellent.
far up on our
No, we've got a family rail card.
probably get the same discount.
Yeah. Oh, here's a quiz question for you.
Go on.
Which valley is Morton in Marsh in?
Here's Stokes in and bowls full. D'Oliveira thinks about a single, goes back, and Stokes fields and throws down the stumps. But D'Oliveira is back, and there's no run.
I've never heard of this valley. Sounds actually more like the name of a music festival.
I'm going to say the Wyre Valley.
Oh, well, I would have heard of that, wouldn't I?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God! I mean, I've been through it enough times on the train.
So if you get a direct train from here down to London,
You get a direct
Goes
train
down through
from
Malvern.
goes from Malvern down through. You may have to change at Foregate Street.
Do you go to Tewkesbury?
It doesn't. No, you have to
Stroud?
catch the. No, you'd have to catch the Gloucestershire, South Gloucestershire line. Stokes almost to catch, almost to catch at short leg. Popped up off the face of D'Oliveira's bat, and had Keegan Peterson been half a yard closer, he'd have snaffled that. A bit too little, too late for Durham. Still needs 7 wickets, but you never know.
This is Leicestershire Mark II. It's the Even Lode Valley, and I'd never heard of it.
Right.
Or they might say Evan round there.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's part of Gloucestershire. Chipping Camden's quite a distance from Chipping Norton.
Stokes bowls, played by D'Oliveira out to the covers, and there's no run. There's some lovely areas round there.
I've been through Stow loads of times. I've probably done most of the villages around there looking at the map.
Burford, nice. What's there?
Lower Slaughter.
Knott Grove is lovely. That's a bit further south. I used to play cricket there as well. And the grounds of the estate. Here comes Stokes. And D'Oliveira leaves alone. The leg gully is back now. Alex Lees for that final delivery. 12 overs, none for 36. From Stokes, 248 for 3. 25 overs left in the day, but really we're playing for another 20 minutes or so. 25 maybe.
I was coming back from a game at Taunton in probably 2016, and it was August time, and the M5 was just a mess, and it was just traffic jam after traffic jam. So I thought I'd be clever, and I would cut off and I would go through the Cotswolds and cut across towards Coventry.
Right.
Sort of Stratford round Coventry way and go that way. But everybody else must have had the same idea, because that took just as long. But at one point, I was driving through this little town, and I was thinking, I'm going to come up to the road here, and when I get round the corner, there's going to be this building there, there's going to be that building there, there'll be this, that. And sure enough, as I got round, everything was how I imagined it, and I knew for a fact I had never been there before. And then I got further along the road, and I thought there's going to be a shop on the left called so-and-so's, and it was. And I was like, what on earth, why do I know this place? And it had been the location for the Casual Vacancy, which was a drama on the BBC, which I think was written by J.K. Rowling. Michael Gambon was in it, but it was filmed in Northleach, Painswick, in Minchinhampton in the Cotswolds, and I think I was in Painswick when I started to spot all these places. And Matt Salisbury's come back into the attack for Durham, right arm over from the New Road end. Who was bowling at that end last over?
Potts
is having a rest then.
We're talking of filming and that area, and Morton in the Marsh. That is where some of the episodes, not how many, possibly the entire series of Father Brown.
Father Brown?
There, yeah.
The Irish?
No,
Father
Ted.
The thing on an afternoon? The detective thing?
Yes,
right, yes.
detective priest. Or vicar, no, priest.
Potts is not bowling this one. It's Salisbury. It's defended and it goes out to the offside. Also around that area, there was some other bits of it I recognised on that journey, and I think quite a few of the locations that I drove through featured in Hot Fuzz as well. Although the big shootout scene was in Wells, I think. It's a nice. I like the Cotswolds. Nice area that. Another conversation going on here. Let's get on with it.
9 overs, that's all we're probably going to see. I want to get through those quickly as you can.
Well, my original calculation is about 20 past... Well, when they came back out for tea, I was working it out. I thought they'd finish about 20 past 5, but all these endless conversations between deliveries. They're just dragging this out and dragging this out. There's 5 people having a chat on the pitch now.
And what is there to talk about?
I don't know.
That's the thing.
Well, Keegan Peterson's fed up. He's sitting down at short leg.
I mean, if it was 7 down, then yeah, maybe. You know, but
this is heading to a draw. We
There's
know it's
3
heading
down.
to a draw.
Mm.
It even looked like it was going to be a draw yesterday. I know they have to try things, but
come on, lads, let's get on with it.
there's a conversation there between the bowler Matt Salisbury, the skipper Matty Potts, Ben Stokes, and I think it might have been Alex Lees in there as well. And now we're ready for the next ball. So we've only had 2 deliveries of this over. We could have gone to Morton and Marsh and back by now, couldn't we?
We could have had lunch in the Black Bear.
Played
and been back
cricket.
here in time.
Did you ever win there then or not?
Yeah, we won. Yeah. Won a few, lost a few. You know how it is.
So it's one of these touring cricket teams, is it?
No, they play in the Gloucestershire League. Yeah. Well,
But is yours not a touring
the
team?
Cotswolds League? No, we're not a touring team. No. More in the village category.
Village. What's a team
Those
full
are
of
some-
idiots?
Obviously.
Salisbury in, short one through to the keeper after all of that.
There was a Sunday game. We don't play them in the league because they're obviously a different league to us. But yeah, it used to be one of the nice Sunday games. It used to finish the season. It used to be Morton in the Marsh, and then we used to go to Hagley. Ragley Hall. That's it. Which is similar sort of area. In the grounds of the stately home there as well.
Salisbury turned down the leg side to long leg for 1 by Haynes, who moves on to 109. 249 for 3 the score. Still 193 more to win. I'm starting to think that Worcestershire aren't going to go for this.
No. Another conflab.
Yeah.
Some pointing. Stokes is getting involved from short cover.
Maybe the team aren't going home tonight because the bus driver's hours have gone.
Looks like Liam Travaskis is being reeled in from the boundary at square leg. Is he going into leg gully? Or somewhere around the corner on the leg side, which would suggest some short stuff coming D'Oliveira's way. Yeah, he's in at leg gully.
Salisbury to D'Oliveira, who leaves the ball. Keeper takes it.
It's the bluff. Full outside the off stump.
Newcastle are losing 1-0. The laughing goals. Hear them every now and then, don't we? Salisbury down the leg side. D'Oliveira pulled his back way away from that one. End of the over. 249 for 3 here on the BBC. The Laughing Goals. Would that be a song on the Difficult Third album? First solo album, or? What do you reckon?
No, that's the second album.
That's
I
the
think.
second album,
Yeah.
is it? Or it's the Breakaway Band.
It's the most disgruntled pair that have reformed a duo.
Yeah, and they're not allowed to use the name A Flock of Seagulls, so
No.
they've become the Laughing
And
Goals.
they've got no rights to the first successful album.
No, I can see what's happening here.
Yeah.
We were in the Epcot Centre in Florida about 4 years ago, and the band, what are they called? They called themselves the Orchestra, the band that used to be ELO, because they'd split in two. Jeff
Right.
Lynne had one version of ELO, and this was the other lot. We saw them on the Good Friday, and then they were back on the Easter Monday, and across the two concerts, which were free, we saw their entire set. It was good. All their proper gear.
What were they called? ELO2?
They called themselves the Orchestra.
Oh,
Brackets,
interesting.
the band that used to be. Brackets.
Oh, come on. Here's Stokes then. To carry on then, can he get a wicket in this game? It's short and helped on its way around the corner by Jack Haynes. It didn't be a single. Down to long leg. So here they come. Haynes up to 109. 110, and that's the 250 for Worcestershire. Total has not been important today at all. It's all been about that wickets column, which started at 2 today and it's only ticked over to 3. Azhar Ali, the only man out today so far, out for 92. Stokes in and bowls, and Brett Donovan gets another sharp ball that's rising up towards his armpit, but he's got enough on that to deflect it down to long leg. They'll come through for another single. Caught at slip by Scott Borthwick off Chris Rushworth, 8 shy of what would have been a first 100 for Worcestershire, but nevertheless a maiden half century for his new county. And he shared a county stand against Durham with Jack Haynes of 195. Highest partnership for any wicket against Durham for Worcestershire. Stokes bowls it short again. Haynes has gone for this and he's got hold of it. A couple of bounces into the boundary boards in front of the hotel, where he's playing shots now that he would have dreamed of playing a few hours ago, but now the pressure is certainly much less than it was. He's got his 100. The game is meandering towards a draw, and he controlled that well, kept it down, and there are 2 men there waiting for the top edge, but played it well. 255 for 3 up to 114. Stokes comes in again and bangs it in, and he rides the bounce with that and drops it down in front of him, and Stokes not very happy as he does a spot of dribbling with his feet, comes towards the batsman and has a look and then turns round and walks off. 255 for 3, 2 balls to go, none for 42 now for the England captain, but it's all been about him with the bat this game. Here comes Stokes, up at wicket and bowls and punched off the back foot, but straight to Dixon at point and no run. It's all Ben Stokes' fault anyway, because if he hadn't played today, we might have this game. We might have had a good game. Might have had a result. How dare he? How very dare he?
What would your daughters make of that?
How very rude of him. Stokes turning, last ball of his 13th over. In he comes, steaming in from the Diglas end and bowls, and this rears up very high and it's steered almost for 6. 1 bounce 4 through cover from Jack Haynes. Using the pace of the ball, that was a quick delivery. Short, banged in, and he's throwing everything at that Haynes and lifting it high over cover. A safe shot once he'd got it beyond the inner ring. A couple of bounces and over the rope. He goes up to 118, 259 for 3. 23 overs left, but in reality, about another 20 minutes, if that.
The Yorkies have drawn at Chelmsford.
That's 7 overs to go here, isn't there? They shake hands with 16 remaining, which looks like it's going to be the case. Salisbury to carry on.
Salisbury in. Bouncer through to the keeper. Nothing going on there. How can they shake hands at 450? What's all that about? Salisbury bowls. Defended. They must have got through their overs quickly, mustn't they?
That could be the only thing, isn't it? Could do it here too. Get Travaskis and Borthwick on again.
Yeah.
Come on. And now D'Oliveira is not ready. Salisbury was 3 or 4 strides into his approach.
In comes the bowler. Played short on the leg side by D'Oliveira. Past short leg and out towards mid-wicket to Liam Travaskis. .259 for 3. The dying embers of this game. Salisbury once again bowls. D'Oliveira finds short leg along the floor. No run. Who've Worcestershire got next week? Have they got a game?
Yeah, Derbyshire.
There or here?
They're there.
Alright. You going?
No.
No.
Bradders is doing that one.
Bradders is he?
Yeah.
Bradders to Derbyshire. Will he be taking his camper van?
I don't know actually. He
still
does
got it?
to. I don't think he has actually.
Does he now?
No,
He won't be then.
No.
Salisbury in. Defended and going for a quick single here. Throw at the stumps from Stokes out in the covers and misses the target, backed up by Potts. He once came up to a game at Durham, probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
In the van.
In the camper van, and they were staying on a caravan site which I had no idea it was there. If you come off the motorway at the Ramside junction at Durham, there's a big depot the highways agency have, and behind there is apparently a caravan site just off the motorway.
Right.
I love the smell of unleaded on a morning. So he was staying there. There's Worcestershire 260 for 3 here. Salisbury bowls. That's through to the keeper. Anyway, I suggested he should have a day out on the Roca Riviera. Plan was give us a shout and I'd come and have a walk with him. Anyway, he turned up and did a video.
Couldn't see anything,
Couldn't see anything because there was a sea threat. He was in this Soester type outfit. He looked like the skipper from a 1930s trawler. So that was his trip to the Roca Riviera in the fog.
Stokes has ball in hand, still plugging away.
Hampshire have beaten Gloucestershire by 87 runs. 8 points now behind Surrey, the leaders in Division 1.
Stokes in bowls, left alone by D'Oliveira, no run. Should be 6 overs remaining in the day now, including this one. So we're going to tick towards 25 past 5, aren't we? 5:30, more likely.
Be a 10 o'clock job tonight, I think.
Stokes in bowls, and that cuts back into D'Oliveira. That's uncomfortable. That's wrapped him, I think, possibly on the glove. That was arrowing in towards his sternum there. He gets a bump of the gloves from Jack Haynes. That was nasty. Stokes in, bowls, and D'Oliveira gets everything behind this, drops it down onto the onside. Peterson under the lid fields, no run. Yeah, this is some performance from Worcestershire, bearing in mind where they were. 16 for 3, 41 for 4 in their first innings, chasing 580 for 6 declared. Given 142 for 5, 150 for 6. Stokes bowls short again. D'Oliveira ducks. When it was that 100 partnership between D'Oliveira and Barnard, although they were both out in quick succession after that, and I guess really gave Worcestershire the belief they could get out of the first innings with some respectability, and they certainly did that in terms of time taken out of the game, if nothing else.
Warwickshire have drawn with Lancashire in Old Trafford.
Stokes bowls, and no run here into the covers.
Hampshire beaten Gloucestershire by 87 runs. Surrey won yesterday, didn't they? Beat Northants by an innings and 5 runs. Essex Yorkshire drawn. Glamorgan have beaten Leicestershire in Cardiff by 6 wickets. It's Glamorgan who Durham play next. Middlesex 248 for 2. Need another 122 to try and beat Sussex in Hove. Denmark have beaten Finland.
Stokes in bowls and push past Peterson at short leg, but to Alex Lees, who's come in at regular square leg from a bit of a distance out to field, but they haven't come through for the single. End of another over. That ticks by. 5 overs left now, surely, before they shake hands. 260 for 3.
Denmark 164 for 4, Finland 109 for 8. And that was in Brøndby, the third match of their T20 series.
What's the series level? Is it level or
I don't know now. You're asking me now, aren't you? I mean, you know.
I thought you'd have that at your fingertips, Marty.
Yeah, well. Denmark have won at least 2. Yeah, it's 2-1. 2-1 in the series. I've never been to Denmark. You been to Denmark?
I haven't, no. No, North Finland.
Yeah. Salisbury, new over to Haynes, defended. It's over that way, isn't it? Just past Lincoln, isn't it?
Yeah.
The worst storm to hit Britain, apparently. The British fleet were sort of moored in and around Great Yarmouth, and quite a lot of the ships in the late 1700s ended up being blown across the North Sea to Denmark. And it was rumoured after this, it was suggested after this storm, that there was virtually a church steeple left in the country. This is up to mid-on, no run there. Haynes 266 balls for 118. I never felt, so I was talking to my dad about this game last night and saying, well, it's probably going to end up in a draw. Couldn't really see how they'd get the 8 wickets today. I never felt we'd be in a position where we'd be commentating on Worcestershire going after the runs either, did you?
Not really, no. No.
Salisbury in, taken by the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, from where they were in the game, where they've been in this game more than once, where defeat has looked, inevitable really, and the momentum has been all Durham's, and obviously with what Ben Stokes did and the trouble they found themselves in the first innings, to get out of here with a draw would feel like it is a magnificent achievement from them.
Salisbury in, he bowls. This is off towards long leg for 1 run by Haynes. Newcastle are now 2-0 down. And Kevin Hand, the Middlesex commentator, says if Middlesex pull this chase off today at Hove, chasing 370, it would be their 8th highest chase.
Yeah, I mean, if Worcestershire had gone for this and pulled it off, it wouldn't have been their best chase.
Salisbury in, defended by D'Oliveira.
It was against Somerset at Bath in '96.
What was that, can you remember?
Oh, 450 odd, I think.
I've been to that ground in Bath. It's quite a small ground, isn't it? Just off the river.
I've not been to Bath. I've only been to Taunton. Yeah.
In comes the bowler and played out into the covers. It's you've got the gardens. Is it the Royal Gardens where the weir is? The beautiful weir comes under. Is it Putney Bridge? And then the other end of that, there's a bridge that goes across the River Avon, and on one side of the road, after you've crossed that, you have the rugby ground, and on the other side,
Correct,
the
yeah.
cricket ground.
Yeah.
I think the magistrates' court's there as well.
That's the Bath's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
They've introduced a new charge for, like a pollution charge there.
Oh, right.
You know, so
Yeah.
like they have in London and stuff. So it's
Birmingham's
caught in
got one, haven't
Birmingham
they?
now. If
Yeah.
certain vehicles put out too much in the way of particulates.
Stokes to carry on from the Diglis end, short of a length, and Haynes is right behind it, and there's no run.
And it was a story I read in Private Eye a few weeks ago, was that they brought in this pollution charge. What would you call it? It's not a pollution charge. It's not a congestion charge. It's a
Clean air
charge, or something like that.
levy or something. Yeah, I think that's what Birmingham call it.
Anyway, somebody hadn't done the maths at the council, and it transpired that quite a lot of their own vehicles failed the
Oh dear.
failed the test.
Stokes charging in as he's done all game with the ball, and that's fended off in front of his nose by Jack Haynes. He'll pick up a single as it trickles behind square on the leg side. One of the two fielders, actually it's leg slip that's gone and got that eventually. David Beddingham. Oh no, he's at gully. Who is that? Is that Travaskis at leg slip? Leg gully.
Yeah. Richard Jolly on Twitter says Eric Laporte is the first Eric to score a goal for a title-chasing Manchester club against Newcastle in the run-in since Eric Cantona in 1996.
Stokes past the umpire, bowl short, and D'Oliveira goes down on one knee, rocks out of the way, through to Eckersley. Approaching 5:15 here at New Road on a Sunday evening, and Worcestershire are going to get out of this game with a draw, which has looked very unlikely for most of this game when they were so far behind and in deep trouble in the first innings. But when they went from 169 for 8 to manage to get it up to 309, was the signal of the revival. D'Oliveira defends this next ball from Stokes out to point, and there's no run. Durham decided not to enforce the follow-on. Will they regret that ultimately? Hindsight's a brilliant thing, but
100 overs in, weren't they? And it was the last three batsmen batted out for quite a few hours, didn't they? The last three partnership.
Yeah, they put overs in the Durham bowler's legs, certainly took time out of the game. Joe Leach 62 off approaching 3 hours. Josh Baker 70 minutes for 27, an hour and a half for 22 not out from Adam Finch, and 72 minutes for 9 from Ben Gibbon. And
What's happened there?
Ben Stokes hasn't broken down, but he's
run into a fly or something?
stopped. He's now sort of looking at his eye. Maybe swallowed a fly, or one's gone into his eye.
Do you know a woman who's swallowed a fly?
I did. He's not with us anymore.
No?
I think it looks like an eye, isn't it?
Something's gone in his eye, isn't it? There.
Matty Potts has gone over to have a look. So annoying when that happens.
What happened to that woman? Was she not very well afterwards?
She's not with us anymore.
Is she not?
No.
That's flies for you.
Stokes in and out to mid-wicket, and there's no one. It wasn't so much the fly though, was it? It was the spider, it was the cat, it was the dog.
She swallowed
It's all
them.
of those, yeah, that's what it did for her.
Sounds like she didn't know when to say no.
Exactly.
I can't really remember that. There was a woman who swallowed a fly.
I don't know why she swallowed a fly.
Oh yeah, then it goes on and on and on, doesn't it?
She swallowed a fly to catch the spider.
Ah.
See,
See,
the spider. No,
your
she swallowed the
kids, your
spider.
kids have just sort of come out of nursery rhyme territory, haven't they, I suppose?
No, it's to swallow the spider to catch the fly, isn't it? Of course it is. Unless it's a particularly fierce spider-eating fly. Which I don't know. Could have well been. End of the over.
Right, come on, one more over to go.
D'Oliveira to... Or is that it? Oh no, Jack Haynes. thought he'd had enough. He's got his helmet tipped up.
Durham's 12th man's coming on carrying a helmet for the keeper, and he's run into a fly as well.
We're not going to carry on. 3 overs to go.
There's 3 to go, isn't it?
Yeah. Come on, Borthwick and Travaskis. On you come.
Travaskis is coming into ball. Keegan Peterson's putting on the protective pads.
Dylan Pennington, the Worcestershire 12th man. Good news if it is. Not playing in this game because he's got a slight hamstring issue, but I saw him bowling in the lunch interval earlier. Looked good, so in contention for Derbyshire next week. Bit of a quandary for the Worcestershire selectors. Who goes out for Dylan Pennington? Ben Gibbons done pretty well on his debut. Finch has batted very well. Charlie Morris may be back fully fit as well for that game. I'll ask Alex Gidman after about that.
Apparently Alistair Cook on a century in both innings in this week against the Yorkies for Essex. First time he's done it.
I saw that, I thought, hasn't he done it for England? Obviously not.
Mervyn says the old woman swallowed a horse.
Of course.
She's dead, of course.
Yes. What did she swallow the horse for? To catch the what?
I don't know.
Or maybe it's just a one meal thing. I don't know.
Travaskis left arm round from the New Road end. Ball played out into the covers to Potts. No run there. Haynes is on strike. 270 balls for his 120. Travaskis in again. That pops up. Oh, cut by Haynes. Didn't quite carry the backward point. Bounce just in front. Half time, Manchester City 2, Newcastle 0. So I better go and do an update for Radio Newcastle.
Oh, I thought I was going to sneeze then, Marty.
Oh, sorry.
So you're okay.
Apparently you don't sneeze on radio, so they claim. And I know that's an urban myth.
No, I think it's gone now.
Is it?
Yeah, you're okay.
It's cats.
3 balls to go in this over of Liam Travaskis. In he comes and steered out to backward point by Jack Haynes. Been a bit of a meal of it there, the fielder. Tied it up by Matthew Potts. Alex Leese with the fumble. Not going to matter. 2 slips and short leg for the left arm spin of Travaskis. 2 balls to go. In he comes round the wicket. Bit of air. Forward stretches Jack Haynes. And there's no run. 2 overs to go after this. 262 for 3. Terrific day for Worcestershire and for Jack Haynes in particular. Dab down just in front of short leg. End of the over. 262 for 3. 180 to win. Forget that now. 100 overs gone in this second innings, and they're going to shake hands now. So the match has ended in a draw. And a terrific result from Worcestershire's perspective, given where they have been in this match, under the pump from pretty much the word go. Ben Stokes' heroics on Friday morning really put them firmly out of the game, and then in all sorts of trouble in their first innings at 41 for 4 in reply to Durham's first innings, 580 for 6 declared, but a terrifically gutsy innings Brett D'Oliveira 41, Ed Barnard 55, 100 partnership then, got steadied the ship. And then Joe Leach with 62, brilliantly supported by the lower order, all took time out of the game to get Worcestershire up to 309 in their first innings. Durham decided not to enforce the follow-on. They went for quick runs instead. They got quick runs, 170 for one, with Sean Dixon completing his second century of the match. He looks a superb player in great touch at the moment. And then it was all about, could Worcestershire survive today? They started the day on 85 for 2, having lost Jake Libby and Ed Pollock to Chris Rushworth in the new ball last night. But Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes shared a counting record stand for any wicket against Durham of 195. Both were looking odds on for their first red ball centuries for Worcestershire. But Azhar Ali, although he got his maiden 50 for Worcestershire, was 8 short of his first 100 when he edged Rushworth to Borthwick at slip for 92. But a brilliant innings from him, back to form in style. But hats off to Jack Haynes. On 98, he edged Matty Potts just short of third slip, and it raced away to the unguarded third man boundary to finally get him over the line, and that maiden red ball 100. Lovely celebrations as well from him, and a big hug from his captain Brett D'Oliveira. Haynes playing brilliantly today. He's batted all day for 120 not out with 24s, and him and Azhar Ali really did break the back of this challenge for Worcestershire to bat the rest of the day, and they've done so. Brett D'Oliveira again batting for nearly an hour and a half for just 6 runs. Terrific adhesion from these Worcestershire batters. Yes, helped by the pitch. It's been easy to bat on, or it's been easy to get runs. I say easy, but it's been difficult rather for the bowlers in this match. But even though it's good for batting, you've still got to go out there, you've still got to perform, and you've got to put the scoreboard pressure out of your mind. So this is a terrific achievement from Worcestershire to get out of this game with a draw and take 12 points with them up to Derbyshire in their next match. The bowling figures for Durham in this second innings: Chris Rushworth 24 overs, 13 maidens, 3 for 43. Fantastic economy from Rushworth. Potts 6 wickets in the first innings, but none in the second, none for 85 from his 25 overs. Stokes 15 hostile overs, none for 47. Salisbury 16 overs, none for 32. Travaskis 17 overs of slow left arm, none for 29. There wasn't a lot in it for the spinners in truth in this match, and Borthwick just the 3 overs for 9. So the match ends in a draw, and Worcestershire will take 12 points and Durham will take 16 points, and the home side will certainly be feeling the happier of the two. That's just about it from New Road, from Dan Wheeler, myself, and from my colleague Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Marty, you going to say cheerio? Go on. So just going to plug in and say cheerio.
Cheerio. Yes, I think what you've got there, there's 18 overs left to go, and the last hour is 16. But what you also have to take into account there, I think, is the fact that it would take 2 overs for a change of innings, and that was never likely to happen anyway. But they've put us out of our misery, I suppose. Unfortunately, from a Durham point of view, 5 games in now, still looking for their first win. Been in good positions in Glamorgan, and on top against Leicestershire, and then on top for quite a lot of this. But crucially, they have not yet managed to bowl the team out twice in any of their games so far, and as a result of that, they are winless.
Thanks, Martin, and thank you for your company across these last 4 days, however you've been listening to us.